Oh my god, I think it finally works. Come on, stream. There you are. Hi. You have no idea how hard it was to find you. um, God, I was having problems with OBS again. So it's like, I'll go ahead and update it. Apparently Windows 7 hasn't been supported for like several versions now. So I had to go find an older version that still runs on my computer. Ended up going back like, I think we're at version 28 now on OBS. I had to go back to like version 23. That's how outdated my computer is apparently. God, that makes me feel bad. I didn't realize it was so bad. I do like the new, with this, the new layout for OBS. It looks really nice. And you can actually drag stuff around now. So I can hopefully see my mic a little better. I hope that might fix whatever mic issue I was having as well. We'll see. Though there is this weird like bar thing that's showing up. I don't know what's up. Oh, there we go. I just gotta click on something else. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Hopefully it works. It seems like it's streaming fine now. So that's good. I need music. Let me get music. I had music, but I had to restart the computer. Okay. Shuffle. I'm gonna change the song back to the top. Alright. That's good. Got this and this. Okay, everything should be good now. I need to make sure none of my other settings have changed actually real quick. So yeah, this is what the new OBS looks like. It's like black. I like it. I like the darker view. I like any sort of dark mode thing though. But I like the colors and everything in the audio. It just looks nicer. Everything's cleaner. And I like the selection boxes and stuff. Okay, so that's all my scene stuff. Chat, notifications, the mascot, the webcam. AFK screen looks good. I got the merchant stuff. All right. Programming is good. Game Maker, well, we won't know that one until I actually launch a video, but I can look at the filters on it. It might be okay. Seems like it's okay. This one. Also, I was thinking about it. I really need to move my camera on this view down here. Because once I start doing UI, the UI is going to be in like the top left and the bottom right. Well, it's going to be on the top left and the right. So I guess my camera would be best placed here at the bottom. So that's done. Tablet, we won't know about that one until later. I'll just have to make sure I remember to check it out. This one still works, yeah. You see me nice and big now. I don't use that one too much. Why did I start using this? Oh yeah, because I watched a lot of like day 9 streams. I always used to love it how like you had a hotkey for if you wanted to talk to camera or whatever. I'm not very good at talking to the camera apparently. I don't know, it just feels weird to stare at that thing. The little robot is just staring at me. Makes it awkward, man. Eye contact. I know it's kind of like a thing to do though, but it's weird. I should like put the camera in a little teddy bear or something. That way it's actually has some personality. Or just put some googly eyes on it. That'd be good. That's what I should do. That's cheap. I could do that. And just buy a bunch of googly eyes. Throw them on stuff around work too. That'd be fun. Okay. I think everything's good. So I finally finished the options menu. Let's start with that. Key bindings are done. All the options stuff is done. There's a lot of troubleshooting stuff I was just constantly opening. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and load that and see that work. It's gonna have to build it anyway. I might as well get that started if it hasn't already. Yeah, I got all that done. I'll show all the code related to that here soon. What else I do? I recently, I don't know, because I've been using the open dyslexic font. I was just thinking about, like, I don't really know what it means, so I Googled it. You know, I know, like, some people do, like, they'll say they're obsessive compulsive, right? But when you have, like, some small tendencies to it, even though, like, it kind of, like, makes light of the fact that obsessive compulsive disorder is really, really bad, and, you know, people say they have it when they have, like, a little thing, but the real disorder is actually, like, debilitating. So kind of, I don't know. So I didn't want to do that with the dyslexic thing. So I was like, I want to look at it and see what it all is. Because I didn't really know exactly what it's about other than reading. And yeah, apparently that's all it is it affects your ability to read, especially when you're young. I don't think I'm dyslexic. I do have trouble reading, but it's more like I have trouble reading out loud. But the second I have no distractions and I'm just reading in my head, I'm actually an incredibly fast reader, because I've done, like, I did like a ton of reading as a kid, so I don't think I'm dyslexic. But in that vein, I also looked up autistic, because I've used that word sometimes. I wanted to know what that actually is. It's something I see in, like, comments and stuff all the time, right? But I don't really know exactly what it is. But as I was going through that one, yeah, like, I just reading the different symptoms, and I was like, yeah, okay, I could see that one, and yeah, that sounds like me, yeah. I just kept saying yes. I think I'm autistic. And, yeah, the whole social anxiety. I don't look people in the face that much, and I feel like it's been getting harder. I don't know if it's supposed to get harder as you get older. I have trouble sitting still. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of it's not everything, but the majority of it, yeah, I might actually really be autistic. And I've just never seen a good therapist before, so I don't know. So that's my internet diagnosis. You know, take it with a grain of salt, but I actually kind of relate to that one. That was fun. Right, so this is about to load. I need my controller, which is on the floor. Less than ideal. And it's also wrapped underneath the table. Awesome. Okay, let's see if this works. I have no way to actually see this because I got to full screen it. Hopefully it's good. I'll just have to, like, Alt-Tab and make sure it's actually displaying. It looks like it's stretched incorrectly. Did that change just because I changed the window back, or? Let me look. No, it's all messed up. Alright, let me fix that. I'm glad I looked at it instead of just trusting that it would be okay. There we go. That's where it's supposed to be. So it cuts off a little to the left. Not too bad. Maybe I should shrink the camera just a little bit. It is a little big. Especially if I'm doing, like, game stuff. I don't think it matters that much. Webcam. Shrink it just a bit. Is that good? Yeah, it's just like a little window. That's fine. I'll do that. I hope that didn't change anything else. I think that's all good. Okay. So that should be good now. Right. So the things I've done in options. Okay, I added some stuff here. So, okay, yeah, that's right. One of the things I did is I kind of edited what the this looks like. I just made it have like kind of a darker border. It's kind of hard to tell, but I felt like it didn't really blend in that well. No, I think it blends in a little better, though I kind of wish I'd have just gone full black with the border. I don't know why I wanted to do it not black outline when everything else I do is usually has a black outline. But I think it's fine. It definitely looks better than it did before. So yeah, I just edited the slider. And the exit, I decided that it was a good idea to do like I still don't like the revert and exit. I wanted exit without saving, but I'd have to shrink the text down, but maybe I should do that. Because I think revert and exit just doesn't sound as good as exit without saving. Save and exit, exit without saving seems like the two. Yeah, I decided I wanted an option to where you can exit the window without saving any of the controls or any of the changes. So I added that. I'll show you how that works. It's pretty simple. It basically just loads the previous options, and because the display stuff changes automatically, I now have to set all the display options when you open the window to what they are. And when you go to revert, it'll load all the options, and then it'll check if the previous options match the new ones as far as the screen stuff. And if they don't, then it recreates the screen again, resets it. If it doesn't matter, then it just exits and there's no issue. So that's basically how that works. So the controls, I think you saw all this, right? God, what was the last thing? We were working on Gamepad last, so yeah, all this you should have seen. I think I moved this over a little bit. Everything else works fine. Yeah, a lot of what I did was just making sure, like I had a problem where anytime I hit the escape button, like here, it would escape and close out of the map. So I had to mess with that until I got that fixed. Ooh, I dropped controller. Anytime I do like up, down, left, right. Oh yeah, I should probably put this on the head too. I'm all messed up today. Yeah, so I completely reworked the way I do turning off the controller input in the course of doing this, which I think it's a much better method now. So all this works. Mouse controls, we've seen all this. That's still good. So Gamepad, there's new stuff here. I've added this thumbstick Deadzone because I felt like I needed it. And I just made it to where it's set up if you do, because there's no left and right on here. If you do left and right, it'll change the Deadzone. I know somebody asked actually what is a Deadzone? So that you know, if you don't know. When your thumbstick is moved, right? As it goes like, it goes over, it goes like, it's at 0 when it's straight up, and then it's 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, right, as it's going over. So the dead zone is just, if it's at 0.1 or 0.2, right now it's at 0.2. Anything between 0 and 0.2, it doesn't actually count as, it doesn't register it. So the dead zone, basically it stops drift. Sometimes controllers will get something messed up inside of them to where they'll always read like a 0.1 or a 0.2. That's why like a controller starts drifting to the right even though you're not pressing anything. So just allowing the dead zone allows a person with a controller that's strange or maybe problematic, they can just increase the dead zone a bit to fix that problem. Or if they want tighter controls, maybe they lower it as much as possible. And then to test that, I put the little thing, a little waggle the stick button. So if you waggle it, first it gets rid of the tutorial. So that little tutorial is just there to show what that's supposed to be. And then once you do it, so as long as it's registering the input, then it lights up and it points in the direction. So that's what that does. And I made this up myself. I was going to do the way like, this is in Dome Keeper, but he just had like a little square. And I thought it would be fun if you actually like showed the direction and everything. And I also set it up to where it works for either one of the either the left or the right, because there's no real reason to use one or the other. So I figure I might as well just make it to where you can use either one. So if maybe you're like only have one hand and you want to use like the controller like this, as people do, it just allows people to have that, ability. Or maybe you just prefer using the right stick. I don't know. So there's no reason not to. So it works for both of them. And yeah, this is just fun to do. I did this for about 10 minutes watching it go around in circles. And yeah, so explaining the Deadzone, if I move this up to like 50, that means you have to move the stick halfway before it even registers, right? So as you see, I start moving it, I'm moving it, I'm still moving it, and there it finally registered. So it's tilted like that far before it actually picks it up. So that's kind of like the explanation of what a Deadzone is. I'm gonna set it back to 20. All right, so all that works, it's great. I got the default button working, so if you like, I don't know, made this P and you're like, oh crap, what was it supposed to be again? You hit the default and then go back and they're all fixed. So that's great. And of course, if you didn't use that, you could just revert and exit and that would be fine. Is there anything else? I think that's all for that. Oh, another thing is the colors I used here for the orange and yellow. These are the same colors as the cursor. So just a fun little thing. You go into the cursor, change it to like red and blue. Then this will be your preferred colors. This is fun. I'm easily entertained. Okay. So I'm happy with all that, basically. I'm gonna revert. I'm gonna hit my F1 key so I reestablish new controls. Oh, another thing, I guess I should have mentioned this immediately. I got rid of the load game because I was saying before, the load game didn't make any sense. I don't know why I was using it, so I got rid of it. I got rid of the quit window, and I put quit here. Options is in the middle, and then the new game just becomes a new game continue. So it says new game if you have no saves, but the second I make a save, which I'm going to do, and then restart the game, which is going to reset the screen, sadly. I'll make it big again. Yeah, now it says continue. So that's really all I did. And I made it to where you can select a save, or yeah, you can select a save from in here. It didn't make any sense to have new game, load game. I said that when I was making it, that was dumb. So I fixed it. So now that works, and if you ever delete this, then it just goes back to new game. So all that works great. Cool. Oh no, it's huge again? What are we looking at right now? Let's go though. Alright, so that problem's not fixed. Yeah, I don't know what it is with Game Maker Studio, but all the different runners that it has confuses OBS. So like Gobo was made in Game Maker Studio, but it's technically an exported executable, right? It's like an actual game. So for some reason its window gets mixed up with like the Game Maker programming window, and that gets mixed up with the testing window. So I don't know. Not always a problem, but it's been a problem here lately, and I don't know why. Everything seems to be breaking when it comes to streaming, but it's upsetting. Also, I've been doing work on Goba in my off time, so I'm not done with it yet, but I am adding a bunch of new stuff to Goba. I'll show it off when I'm done with it all. I'm getting pretty close to getting done with it. I'm adding some new stuff to Goba, like I've been wanting to, I don't know, there's a couple changes I've been wanting to do to Goba. Which is, you know, the little lizard men walking around on the screen. My Twitch game. I wanted to make it to where you can like drag units around. I made a dance emote, so yeah, as soon as I get the new Goba finished, you can like type exclamation mark dance, and little characters will do a little dance. That's a lot of stuff I want to do. I'm gonna make a button that I can actually like basically ban people. I can like click on them and it'll make them explode, and it'll also just get rid of their character. You know, if I get bad people in chat. I don't have a way to stop bad people in chat from... I can ban them on chat, which I guess works, but they'll still keep showing up on Goba. So I need to fix that. I'm gonna make it to where Goba's window, which is kind of like... I restricted it to being the little rectangle on the side of me there. But I'm gonna do something to where if you create a base, it just automatically opens wider and lets everybody out. So basically, I don't have to mess with it anymore. If somebody just starts using Goba, then Goba will unlock. I thought that might be an interesting way to do it. And I was thinking about turning off the fighting stuff when it's in the small window like this. Basically, there's going to be like a peace setting for Goba and a war setting. So this will be the peace setting where it's not all over the screen. In the war setting, they just kind of like go all over the place. I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't talk about all this, but there's a ton of stuff. That wasn't even half of the stuff I've been doing to Goba. So we'll get around to that later. Hopefully. Alright, so back to Gravitas. Right, I need to show all this stuff, right? Oh, another one I didn't talk about, which I'll go ahead and just show in the code. Let's go to Objects, Scaffolding, Controller. So I did something here, Async. So Async System, so you go to Asynchronous System. If you put this in, which has a bunch of comments, but the comments aren't really necessary. But what this does is these asynchronous events, there's something that is automatically done by GameMaker. So it's kind of like doing an any read or whatever when I like save game stuff, only this one's like an actual permanent thing. But I checked this like event type, and when gamepads are discovered and lost, there's like an event in there for that, and I've been loading the pad index from that and setting it to my controller. I don't know how well this works, but so far it's been working. I just don't have many gamepads to actually test this out on. I'm starting to notice like I really have a problem with none of my stuff is up to date. I need a new computer. I need money. Damn, do I need money? I've never needed money so bad. I mean, I don't need it that bad. At least I still have a computer, right? But yeah, I'm out of date on everything now. It's making it hard to game dev, basically. But yeah, so what this does is if a gamepad is ever connected, it will find that connected controller and set that to be what all of our controls are based off of. So this doesn't really solve the problem of what happens if they have two controllers installed. It'll still pick like the last one. But everything I was looking this stuff up for a while, and you get a lot of like confusing stuff. Most of the stuff just explains like the most basic how to make a gamepad work, but they don't teach you how to like actually find controllers. Or it would be so much better to just have one that whatever the last gamepad that actually had a button pressed is the one that gets set as the controller, right? That's what I would prefer. But I wasn't able to find one that actually works like that. Not easily, at least. I didn't go asking around. So I did everything up to that. But this seems to work pretty well. I did learn while doing my research that 0 and 1 are the most common things for controllers, but the 0 key is sometimes reserved for like Bluetooth devices for the computers. And then for Windows specifically, 1 through 3 are reserved for Xbox controllers, which don't work on my computer. So that's why my controller gets set to 4, because it's not like a standard, it's not any of that stuff. So that's why 4 is the default for me. But from everything I was looking at, 1 is the most common controller that would come up. So that's why I set it as the default. If nothing else is being found, it'll go with 1. And if that still doesn't work and they've tried plugging in and unplugging their controllers, then they're just not going to have Gamepad support, I guess. I think this will work fine, but it might not work for like 99% of people. Hopefully it's not a big issue. But yeah, that's how I'm finding controllers now. Alright, step event. Oh, I also got rid of the font finder. And I just, there's no reason having a font finder. I can just do it with the controller object because it's now a mouse cursor. So I deleted all the extra testing stuff I had. All the extra stuff. I still keep the ship spawner because I use that one. Kind of small. Right, step event. Right, so if I turn globals active off, I now set all the keys to equal 0. I don't remember if I did this on stream. I think I did. If I didn't do this on stream, I remember thinking back to Gazzard, and in Gazzard I don't have a controller object, I just have the player's object finds all the keys, which is dumb. And I'm gonna have to fix that later. But in Gazzard, I did something similar to this, to where if I ever turn the controls off, I make sure I set everything to 0 and then exit, so that none of them are stuck at 1. Because if you exit before turning them all off, then they could, yeah, they'll constantly be turned on, basically. All this is still the same. And I did the release keys on camera. So new gamepad stuff. I'm still not sure if this is the best way to actually do gamepad, but I'm still using it because it works. So yeah, this is just, I just copied this and added the right horizontal and vertical into the controller, and then I changed the global to the global Deadzone. And that's how I did it. And it's set to be key left, key right, so it works for everything. Ooh, except for this. I'm glad I looked at this. Wait, no, that might, no, that's still, oh, okay. No, I almost screwed up. This is supposed to be left. That's right, because this is right stick, but it doesn't change the directions of controls. But no, that is key left. Good, okay. Key right's over here. That's normal. Don't change that. Alright, we're all good with that. I still don't know about canceling these out. I've messed around with like the controls on the world map, and they seem to be fine. So I'm not going to change anything else here. All right. That other stuff I did. I mean, what do I have to explain here? Good question. Now, I didn't really like show the exiting, but it's pretty self-explanatory to where it's going to set all of our globals to be whatever, like all these, yeah, all these different variables I was using in Windows. So I was using these to like temporarily set controls without actually changing, but anything that I wasn't changing, yeah, once you click this exit button, it just leaves permanently. And then it saves all the options. So that's pretty simple. Not much to say there. I did want to try and change this instead of revert and exit. Let's try exit without saving. I know it's too big to fit, so we got to do something different. Now I could say like without abbreviated, but I don't like that. I'm just going to shrink the size of the font. So what size to go with? We try like 16, 14 maybe. That means probably gonna have to move things around. Maybe that'll work. This one's 18. Weird that I'm going to a smaller size than the 18. But I feel like 18 is still going to be too big, so I'm gonna go to 16. Okay, other things. I guess the last bit of it would be gamepad control stuff. So this is how the Deadzone thing works. I create and make active, angle, tutor, image blend is gray, so it starts off as gray. Step event, I got some stuff to like delete this instance if these things don't exist so that we don't have errors. And if the state does not equal input, it's at gray and it exits. Now we set up this these axes for the controls as local variables. And then I check to see if that axis is greater than the Deadzone for all of them. All four of them are in here. Active equals true, tutor equals false, so that'll turn the tutor off the first time you ever do this, and nothing ever turns it back on, except for the creation event, which turns it on. That's how I just have something that shows up only briefly. Image blend equals the cursor color 2. And if none of this is true, then it turns back off. Active equals false, the blend turns to white. And then this is where I'm like getting the control stuff. I'm just seeing if the left side is bigger than the right side. Angle equals point direction, the left side, otherwise the right side's bigger, so it equals the right side. This point direction is from the center of our object to wherever the axis is pointing, so that's how it points in the direction of the stick. Draw event, I'm drawing our object, and then if active, I'm drawing this Deadzone direction sprite, and it points in the angle that I set up before. The color is going to be our cursor color 1. And if it's not active, and the image blend does not equal gray, it'll show the tutor sprite. And if it's not gray, it'll show thumbstick Deadzone above it. Oh yeah, I didn't mention it, but there's a little slider there that you can move. I figured that was just kind of self-explanatory. Only thing with the slider thing though, I couldn't figure out how to shrink that slider down. But I don't know. I kept messing with the numbers in the draw event to get that slider to like shrink in half, and I couldn't figure it out. It kept like doing some weird stuff, like it only draw half the slider or something. So eventually I was like, well, screw it, I'm gonna draw the slider again anyway. So I drew like a slider at half size, and it's like, that'll work. So I cheated basically. Instead of figuring out what's going on with the code, I just made a slider that was half size and used it here for the smaller size slider. It'll probably come in handy later. So there's no reason not to have a half size one. Though I would have liked to have figured out how to do it in code. I mean, this is slider code. It's pretty simple. I don't know, I've showed this kind of stuff before. Most of this is the same. Step event. Stuff for creating an arrow timer. These timers are based on whether it's been picked or not, and these arrows at the end are the arrows that you can actually click on to move. You just find the arrow and then we do like a radius of 15 point distance, see if the mouse is on it or not when you click. And then this moves the Deadzone by 1, and every time the timer goes off, which is 5 frames, 60 frames a second, so that's I don't know what that is. That's a 1/6 of a second that it ticks, so it doesn't go too fast. I don't know if my math was right there or not. We're just gonna say, yeah, sure. I'm sure it was. Okay, that's all that. That's all that. I think that's it. I don't know. Is there anything else I need to show? I think I've been pretty thorough showing how I did everything. This is all important. I think when I do Gazzard, I'm going to directly copy paste all these objects. And then I'm just going to tweak it with new looks, but it's mostly going to behave the same way. There might be some changes, which will be annoying, but yeah, I don't want to do this ever again because this was a lot of work. But we've got tons of accessibility in the game now, so I've done my diligence. All right. So this is still good, right? Just gonna check it. Yep, okay. Nice. All right, options, we're gonna see this new thing. Yeah, it's still too big. And man, if I keep making it smaller, it's gonna be tiny. It's just such a long... Oh, you know what I should do? I should do exit and then maybe like without saving below it. Make it like that. Or I just do the W/O. Let's do the W/O thing. I thought I wasn't going to do that, but I don't like how small the font's getting. Ah, fuck, what was this at before? 20 and 18? That was the default. Yeah, instead of saying this, let's just do the, what is without? It's without. That's a 0. Is that's without, right? Yes, W/O. And actually, I can even make it lowercase. Yeah, let's do that. I don't know if that'll fit with the big one, but I might. At least this way I should only have to shrink it a little bit. Okay. It's still too big. Does the... I think this size that it shrinks to actually just barely fits in it though. So that's probably the one I want, 18 and 20. I feel like strike capital here. I think the ODLX fonts don't have a standard size. I didn't know that was possible, unless I'm doing something wrong. But I think like the sizes of certain things, yeah, it kind of becomes obvious when you look at, oh yeah, when you look at something you can't look at. When you look at the I is a much smaller size than the O. And that's true in most fonts, but most fonts, it still has the gap in between them. But this one actually like cuts out the gaps, which looks nice, but it makes it hard to code for. I've noticed because I've been trying to use it in Goba, and Goba now, it's hard to figure out like what size things are supposed to be for building like a text box when the sizes of the strings are always different. I'm I'm gonna move this over when it gets bigger. So I'm just gonna, the active one, I want to be over like 2 more pixels or something, so it's not hugging the wall. Maybe like 5, but I think that'll work. Still don't know if I like it though. I mean, that is exit without saving. I just don't like the WO. I'm gonna try the other way, to where I put like the exit on top and the without saving on bottom. Which is a little bit more annoying doing multiples. Oh, we can go back to 20 like this. Now, is it better to do the without on top? Because the exit's smaller than the saving. I guess so. Damn, I said we were done with the options menu, but here we are doing more options menu stuff. We're almost done. $22? Yes. Oh, also, I've been having a little more luck with the marketing thing. I don't know what happened, but my last video, I guess because I had so many views from my raid, I ended up getting a lot of views on that VOD. Also, another one of my TikToks just got really popular. I still don't understand how that works. Oh yeah, that's no good at all. Alright, we gotta go. Everything about it looks great, except for they need to be spread out more. So instead of 5, I think we need to go like a lot more than 5. Another 5 probably won't be enough. I'm thinking like another, I don't know, another 5 would be easy here. Okay, let's just do it in increments of 5. I still don't think it's enough. But, whatever. Alright, 5 here would be 7, right? Alright, we're close. Maybe another 5 would be too much, so it's gotta be like 3. Let's do 3. So 3 from here is 4, 3 on here is 30. 7 and 33. And then I think they'll be at the right spot. And I'll finally be happy with it. I suddenly feel super tired. Which is strange, because I don't think I was feeling tired before the stream. They might still be a little close to each other. I definitely like this a lot better. I think I want to spread them out just a little more. Maybe I should have done an extra 5. I just did 3, so another 2. Alright, another 2. 2, 32, 5, and 35. I'm trying, I looked at my calendar for last month. The month of October was not that great for game dev. I think I only had like 18 days of the 30 or the 31 were actually game dev. I think a lot of that had to do with like Grounded. I played a lot of Grounded. I don't know. I just had like, I also had a stretch where it was like several days that I was playing manga and doing Netflix. So they really count up. I think it's a great idea to just track on a calendar when you work, because it really like, it calls attention to just how many days you take off or whatever. My first month I felt was very good. I don't remember what it was, but it was something like 25 days or something. I was basically working 5 days a week, sometimes 6 days. So yeah, my first month, September, yeah. September was really good. October I feel like was okay, but not that great. In November I want to make it really good. So we're gonna make some progress. I want to cuss. We're gonna make a lot of progress this month. That's what my goal is. I'm gonna push it hard. I like this. This looks really good. Exit without saving. I much prefer that. Okay, cool. Changes will be reverted. And I'm gonna change this to be changes will not be saved, or I don't know. Exit without saving explains it pretty well. This is just a little bonus. I'll just say changes will not be saved. I think that's what it used to be before I changed it to revert. Yeah, changes will be saved, will not be saved. Cool. All right, I'm happy with that. Okay, next thing. All right, finally, we're getting away from the options menu. I promise. We're done with it. Let's look at what we're actually doing. We're doing mouse controls. All right, yeah. So we did that like mouse control thing, but we haven't actually implemented it. We're gonna do that with the ship first. Technically shouldn't be that difficult, but it won't be that easy either. Let me just stop and think for a second. It would be nice if I didn't actually, if I had this wrote down. Let me just write it down. Mouse controls. Okay, so what are we trying to accomplish here? All right, precise mouse controls is one of them. And that means we're going to have to use whatever our move button. I'm going to do like an RTS kind of movement where if you click somewhere, it creates a little target or whatever that spins and the character goes towards it. So that's one way to do it. Then we've also got the 8 directional, which will probably be the trickiest of them all because I have to do it based on if the mouse is in a certain quadrant. And then the precise, no wait, that was precise. Precise was not the first one. Precise is the one where it goes directly towards the mouse. I don't even remember what my first option was. Why should I have kept this saved? I don't know. Let's look it up real quick because I've already forgotten. Options, game, auto move. Oh, click. Click is the first one. All right. Yeah, I think the hardest one here is the directional. Click shouldn't be that hard to do. The hard part with click is if the boat can't get to where it's trying to get to, I need to like code for it to stop trying. I don't know. Let's just start with trying that. So I think the first thing I do is I use the controller, because this is kind of more of a mouse thing, right? We got full screen, we got button inputs, joystick, cancel outs, but down here we're gonna do mouse controls. All right. If, okay, there's a lot of ifs here. I guess the easiest way to do it is we see if a ship exists and if a player exists. Because otherwise it shouldn't do anything. Okay, yeah. So I think that's the best way. We say if actually if instance exists. Oh shit. Or oh, not that. There we go. Right. So if one of those happens, oh, also, we throw a big and here. Actually, we're gonna do it in the beginning. So I want to say if global, I don't remember what it is, auto move? Crap, it was the wrong one. Let's just open this up. So auto move equals 0. All right, that's when we're on click. Well, I guess that's unnecessary. I can read it right there. All right, so if auto move 0 and now I'm gonna put these both in parentheses because it's got to be one of these two things plus that. All right. Then we're going to do instance create depth. I'm gonna do this. We could do it XY because it's on the mouse. I could also just do, let's do mouse XY just because it'll be a little more precise. It'll be basically the same thing. It'll be at the cursor. The depth will be our depth, but +1 brings it behind our mouse, so that's important. And we're going to create this new object, which is, I don't know yet. I guess it'll be a scaffolding thing. What are we going to call this? This is like our cursor target. Yeah, I guess that'll work. So we have O controller, I guess O cursor target or cursor move. Let's do cursor move. Actually, just cursor movement would work. Then I know what it's for. Alright, and I think most of our movement stuff is going to be figured out through the thing itself. So, alright, new object. Oh, I named it? Yeah. Alright, this thing's Sprite. And honestly, I think I screwed up with this Sprite. But we'll use it for now. If it'll load. It won't. Come on. I don't know, I just have to read it. Ring, target, that's it. Hey, hi there. What's up, Bob? I miss Bob. What are you doing? I mean, it's a nice looking cursor target, right? But it's the wrong color. I should have made it white so that you can, it'll be the same color as the cursor. That would have been smart. I didn't think about that. I wonder, can I edit that real quick? I can probably edit that real quick. Let me open up Clip Studio. It probably won't take too long. I just gotta like throw it in there and change the saturation. It'd be a pretty quick fix because, yeah, it needs to be white. Or it needs to be the same color as the mouse. Okay. There it is. I just go File, no, Edit, Tonal Correction, Hue Saturation, Saturation down, Brightness up. Okay, Control Shift S. We're gonna call it Cursor Target 2 just in case. I do like the original one. Alright, now I gotta import this. Sprites. UI. Cursor. Alright, let's make a duplicate of this. Import. Oh, that's the new stuff. You can't see it anyway. Game Dev, Gravitas, UI, new cursor. There it is, white cursor. And when it's white, that means it can be, it's easier to change in through code. This cursor, that one. All right, creation event. Image blend equals global cursor color. I think one's the outside of the cursor. Yes, I want that one. All right, but there's more to this than that. We want to say, how do I do this? I only want one of these to ever be on the screen at a time. So I gotta see if another one of these instances exists. Without destroying itself? Oh, I do it through this way. That's right. I do it here. So if instance exist, cursor So if there's a movement already, we're going to destroy it and we're going to put the new one down. Okay. So I don't have to do that here. I just have to worry about this thing doing the other stuff correctly. Alright, so what do I want this thing to do? I think it would look good if it it's either going to grow and shrink a bit, right? Or it's going to spin. Or maybe both. Honestly, it would probably look good if it grew and shrunk and spun in a circle. Which is pretty easy to do. Honestly, if I remember how to use a sine wave, that would probably be the best way to get the grow and shrink to work. Sine waves. There we go. Alright, so this is what I want for this sine wave, but it's going to be a step event. Alright, but it's not quite this. So this is for making something move up and down, but it's going to work basically the same way. It's just going to be image angle. And then, I don't know if there's an image angle start, but 0 would work too. Yeah, that's what I should just use 0, because that's a good start. 0 plus sine angle. Oh yeah, what's angle set to? That angle plus equals, oh wait, no, this is a step event, isn't it? Yeah. Honestly, I have some of this code in my game. I should just look at it, but I think actually, I think this just equals 0 to start with. It's an O. And then the plus equals is here. There we go. That's sine of the angle. I wonder if this is going to cause an issue because it's going in circles. It shouldn't. Plus, this cursor will never be on the screen that long. So, we'll see. Also, this is not image angle, so I've already screwed up. This is image X scale. This is growing and shrinking. So it starts at 1. No, actually, it should probably start at like... Good question. What does it start at? Does it start big? I like the idea is it starts big and then it gets small. But this is going to set it to the center, I think. I don't know, we'll try it at 1 and just see what it looks like. So that means image Y scale has to do the exact same thing. That should be all I have to do there for that part. Now the other part, the actual angle, it's a shame I used, let's change angle to something else. That's fine. But I'm going to do something with the image. Actually, I can just rotate the image angle. This one doesn't have to have a hitbox. We'll just do plus plus. And that rotates as well. I feel like I want to test this. I need to set up my initialize to go back into the game. I haven't done that in a while. I wonder if that's going to cause any problems now that I've added all this title screen stuff. I think if this will still be fine. It's just it might not know what save slot we're on. I don't know. We'll see if there's any errors skipping the title screen. Also, yeah, we created a new sprite, so we gotta load it. Alright, so this should create the little thing. Hopefully it rotates and it grows and shrinks. And then once we get that, we'll figure the other parts out. Right. So you're the one that helped me with the keyboard stuff before. I ended up figuring all that out, but it wasn't that easy. I ended up writing a script, which was this. This is how I found my keys. I just ran a function, script find keys. I set this global keyboard button. And then based on what the button is, I set the string to be that. That's how I did it. So it just runs this script when it's trying to figure out what the string is. And that's what I ended up doing. There might be a better way to do it, but whatever. That's what I did. I did that for Gamepad as well. I don't care, as long as it works. And I don't lose too many frames. I'll be fine. Okay, it seems to have worked fine. We do have one issue though. And that's yeah, this is on the screen constantly, which it's fine that it's not actually moving or doing anything. That means it's constantly being created and destroyed before it can do anything. But I know how to fix this. So it's not completely lost yet, but it's pretty close. Alright, so the mistake was I didn't do a left click. I just did this part. We need a left click as well. No, wait. Oh, that's fine. Just throw it here. Alright, we need, what is it? It's not keyboard check, it's like mouse check something? Mouse check button release. So, I don't remember what I'm going to use for the mouse movement. I don't remember what I decided on. Honestly, oh, left is going to be for shooting, right? So it's got to be right. Middle mouse button opens the menu. Okay, I think it's right click. So cancel mouse right. Should be the correct one. Alright. That'll stop it from constantly repeating. There we go. Okay, so if I press, where's my mouse at? Oh, we don't create the mouse. That's right, the mouse gets created on the title screen. Okay, that was dumb. Yeah, this controller. Where's this controller get created at? I think I just dropped it into the room, which is not the smart way to do it. Also, why did my windows shrink on the sides? I gotta click instances, title spawner. Okay, it's not here. It might be in the initialize room. That's an object. Where's initialize? Yeah, there it is. I didn't. Oh, wait. Doesn't that mean it should be created then? Because we run through initialize anyway. What happened? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It should still be there. And I'm loading options, so we should definitely have like colors on it. Okay, wait, let me look again because that's weird. Why don't I have a mouse? Okay, I definitely do not have a mouse. Whoa, but that works. Just not, oh, if you could see what I could see, you gotta see it. Look, this is what happened. Is that quite what I was going for? So, yeah, as it usually goes, nothing worked. And in fact, things have gotten worse. This is usually how it works. But, you know, most of it is working correctly. The size of it is insanely too big. And I don't know where the hell my cursor is. So, yeah, that's weird. Where's my cursor? This is a persistent object. I mean, it works for the title screen, so... The dog's eating a bug. Okay. Why doesn't it show up when we go into the options menu? There's no reason it shouldn't. Oh, that's a good point. I'm glad I did mouse X, mouse Y. The cursor actually doesn't follow the mouse around. There's no point in doing that. I remember, because I'm just drawing it where the mouse is. So, yeah, when I create it here, shit, not even here. Where am I? When I create it here. Mouse X, I gotta remember I always have to use mouse X, mouse Y, because the cursor is just being drawn there, not actually moving there. All I can think is either the cursor size or the cursor color or something's not loading right. And that doesn't make any sense though. When I go to a title screen, it follows. Why would it be any different for any other room I go into? Yeah, okay, it's totally working here. I was just going to make it to where the initialize object creates the controller, but if it's in the initialize room, shouldn't matter. Well, I can't think of one reason. It's not in this room either. Maybe it's actually changing rooms before it creates the controller. I don't know if that's true. Should create the controller first. Oh, I think I know what's going on. It's because the depth doesn't actually work with the camera. That's what it is. I've had this problem before. What's the depth of this thing? It's like minus 1,000? Okay. That's too much. I think that's more than my camera allows. That's what's going wrong. I don't remember what my camera's set at, like the world map. The camera's set to negative 1,000, so negative 1,000 is probably just one too many. I think. Oh. Yeah, no, I think I've gone just one too much. If I'd have done negative 999, that's as far as I can go. I thought 1,000 was the correct number, but that puts it off the camera. That should fix it. Only I'm going to go to the wrong room again. Yeah, okay. I got a camera. Well, I got a cursor here, so that means it'll work in the other place. Okay, let's go to the correct room and then fix everything else, now that we fixed that problem. World map. Okay, so what went wrong here? One, the size is just way too big. This 150 is probably where we start. Let's go with like just 15. And then hit play again. Alright, there we go. Got a cursor now. So if I right click, should create it. Oh, okay, it's still really big. Alright, let's keep shrinking then. But we're a lot better than we were. If I just do one, no, one won't do anything, will it? Well, 1.5. Just throw a point here. Actually, 1 might be enough, so it goes from 1 to 0, right? I'm trying to figure out how this actually works. It's still huge. I mean, that's kind of cool, but it just needs to be a lot smaller. Also, I don't know if I showed that because I don't think I full screen the game. It's still too big. Man, that's really good. It's just, I think the default size of it is too big. I wonder if I just change the default image X scale. Okay, I'm all messed up. Equals 0.5. I wonder if I have to change this then. Also, I want to spin a little faster. I'll go ahead and just set that up as well. And that's pretty good. I just feel like if I do 2.25, it'll be perfect. I'll show it here in a sec when I'm happy with it. No sense constantly changing the screen for these little tests. Oh, that's really good. Okay, here we go. So this is what we ended up getting. That's pretty much what I was looking for. Right, so yeah, the color of this is based off of what the outline of the cursor is. So basically, whatever you change the cursor to be is, yeah, you can just set your own color blindness basically. And now we just got to make it to where the ship moves towards it. And then once the ship gets either to it or encounters something in the way, then it'll turn it off. That's the plan. And then I got to make the player move based on that as well. Okay. So there's our thing. I'm kind of happy with everything on it. Now the other part is just what the ship actually does. Oh yeah, I also set it up to where the ship, also it goes into the stage if you press confirm, so you don't just have to press spacebar, because that just felt better on the gamepad if you use either one of the buttons to go in. So I set that up. I'm also going to have to apply this to the mouse, I think, because we don't have a mouse button that actually enters the scene. Gotta be like left press, so we need to do that as well. So we're gonna do or yeah, the mouse isn't actually on the confirm button. It's not the, it would be attack though, right? Because I'm pretty sure left mouse button is attack. I haven't tested this. I mean, I could just load the game real quick, but all right, close this and close that as well. There we go. What's actually on confirm attack press? The mouse is on here, right? Yeah, if mouse left. Okay, so I guess I've just never used the mouse on the world map, but if I left click, I should just be able to enter a stage. There it goes. Yeah, it totally works. And then left mouse button also fires. So I set this up, but I never tested it. Ooh, that was close. This will be hard to play with mouse, but, you know, it's still an option, and I died. Okay, so it totally works. We just need the movement part. Okay, never mind. I don't have to do anything with that then. Because left attack pressed is the mouse. So for movement, I wonder what's the best way to do this. It would be nice if I could do it without breaking any of my controls. I feel like the best way to do that is to kind of like find the position of the honestly, we can kind of do this in the same way we're going to do the directional movement too, right? Instead of like looking for where the mouse is for the precise movement, we're going to be looking for where the object on the that we place is. It's basically the same thing. So I should really set up the code to work for either one of them. The diagonals is going to be kind of its own thing too. I have this like residual code from wake direction. I might still throw that in the game later. I haven't quite given up on that. Now that I know how to use particles, I think I can make it a lot easier. Where's the movement part? It's at the end here? Oh yeah, it's all like tacked on here. Alright, so if you're colliding with a wall, we do all that. Otherwise, this is the movement part. So really, if I could just figure it out and attach it to this, that would be best, because then it would just kind of work based on my old controls. But I wonder how I would do that. There's no like simple way to do it. There's a couple like things that could be. I shouldn't think that far ahead. Let's just get it to go based off of where our thing is, our object. It's not easy because I got to do this whole like if instance exists thing as well. It's a lot to tack on the end of this. I also got to set up something to where if you actually press a key, it deletes the object. Actually, that's pretty easy to do. Let's do that. Because the rest of it's still confusing, but this one I can still do. If global key if any of these keys are pressed, then instance destroy self. There we go. Alright, so when I do my code, I just gotta make sure I don't turn these on. I gotta get into the code some other way. I'm kind of tempted to just, like, it makes a lot of sense to throw it as part of this. But that's gonna make this really confusing. I'm really thinking I'm just gonna put it at the bottom. Or not at the bottom, but right above this one. For like mouse move. Maybe a space there. I don't really need a comment there. I know what that is. This one's just for mouse. Alright, yeah, let's do it this way. Alright, so we want to find out where our thing is. That would be the first one. But actually, we need to figure out what type of mouse movement we're in. So let's start with that. If global auto move equals 0, and we're doing this stuff. So we'll start with that. Alright, now, if instance exists, that's the first part. What's this object? Object. Cursor movement. Alright, so if this object does exist, and do the rest of it. So now we don't run this if it doesn't exist, or we're going to get all kinds of errors. Okay. Now that we're this far, we say, yeah, if y is less than I don't know if I want to do this. I think I need, like, if I did it like this, we'll end up getting close to where we want to go, but then it's going to, like, oh no, that doesn't matter. As long as somewhere at the end of this code, I make sure if you get close enough to the cursor, it's going to delete the cursor object. I can actually do that in the object itself. So, as part of this. Well, maybe not part of this. Okay, I'm gonna think about this real quick. I'm going to take a break and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I didn't think about this at all. If global key left. So I can't just say if distance to object, because I think if that object doesn't exist, it will cause an error. I could be wrong. Let me try it. I mean, it doesn't hurt to just give it a shot. But I'm pretty sure if you try to do distance to object and that object doesn't actually exist, it's going to like give an error. If it's less than, I don't know, let's get within 10 pixels of it. And same thing with the player object. If this doesn't work, I'll have to do something like, I have to check to see if the instance exists before doing it, and I'll just have to separate it all. Also, this is like hitbox, so honestly, I could make this smaller, like, yeah, especially because it's not going to be based on the center point. I don't know, I shouldn't do, crap, that's true, okay, this isn't going to work. I am going to have to do this, so we'll just throw it as its own thing now. Okay, so let's do if instance exists. At least this way I know there's not going to be any issue. Oh shit. And you do the next part, and the next part is if point distance. There we go. Point distance, X, Y, oh ship, X, oh ship, Y. Now, that'll be more accurate. It's less than 10. Oh yeah, I don't want to do that. It's going to exit. I got to bracket this. Alright, so if the ship exists and the point distance between our X and Y and the ship's X and Y, which is different from place meeting or whatever I was using before, distance to object, because this one's based on, yeah, the point, like the very center of this object and the very center of the ship. So if it's within 10 pixels, it's going to destroy this thing. That way you get a little more closer movement. And then I need to do one of these for the player object as well. It does the same thing. And if the object doesn't exist, then it won't ever run this, so it shouldn't cause any issue. Alright, that should fix that. So we're back to this where we're just trying to find how we're moving. And I think it's just the rest of the code as I've been doing it. So if RY is less than the O cursor's movement, that means we're going down. If Y is greater than up. If X is less than if it's less than, we are going, okay, let me make sure I'm getting this right. This is a bit confusing. if y is less than the cursor's y, that means it's above it, so we are moving down to get to it. That one's correct. So if x is less than their x, we're moving right to get to it. So we want to make like right movement. And this one will be the other way. What I can think of is this is going to look weird if we could end up doing the little like side shimmy thing if one of these is true but the other one isn't. I could always just apply an equals to one of them. No, I don't want to do that. Honestly, I should probably do, instead of this, I should see if like the distance is greater than something. I don't know, we'll try this, but I think this is going to look like crap. Alright, so that's down. I mean, this is going to be the same code I've got up there. After this point, because these are just like our up, down, left, right movements. Should be able to just copy paste this in there. Wait, which one is this? That was up. Don't do that. Up. Down. Damn it. What did I just grab? I think I grabbed the left. I think I should really order these in the same order I had up top. I should swap them. Probably won't matter. Okay, what needs to change in this? We don't have this part, but this, you won't be able to take the cursor out of the room. So this should technically never happen. The big thing here is if you ever meet a wall, also, it's kind of silly the way I've done this. I put this in every single one of them. Oh, that's because it's based on how we're moving, yeah. So you don't actually move into the wall. Okay, never mind. That's necessary. But I just need to add in here to, I need to destroy my my cursor movement thing and then exit. So there we go. Alright, so if we ever run into a wall, it's going to destroy our cursor. It's going to exit this script so nothing else plays. Because if anything else continued to play, it would just crash on the next one. So, yeah, if any of them ever runs into a wall, We're just gonna have to place another cursor. I don't know if I'll like that or not, we'll see. I kind of would prefer it try to get to the cursor, even if it has to slide along a wall. I don't know. I mean, everything else about this code should work, though. Let's try it. Now, what just happened? Oh no. Alright, let's see if it moves around. There it goes. Wait, it was in the wrong spot. I think that was because of the lag. I mean, it's not wiggling or anything, so it's technically working. It's not moving up and down, though. I'm just noticing that. Right? Not facing the correct direction all of a sudden. I don't know why that is. It's like stuck in one of them. I think that's what it is. Oh, there it goes. It's kind of doing it. Yeah, I think it actually is wiggling. It's just, it's wiggling so, it's so minor that you can't actually see it, but it's causing it to never change its sprite. Alright, what happens if you run into a wall? Oh. Yeah, it stops, and it changed to the wrong one, which is not good. That's because it exited, of course. Yeah, that would cause that problem, wouldn't it? Oh my, yeah, it causes a lot of issues. Yeah, we don't want that to ever happen. Alright, I'm gonna have to redo that. It's mostly working, though. I think I need to change this to be something else. Okay, so instead of doing it that way, I could do it like this. If, no, it wouldn't really work either. Oh, I know how to do it. Right, instead of doing it that, we say if, y minus that is, well, we got to do absolute value of it, convert it to a positive number. If that is less than, I don't know how fast we move, but let's just say within 20. Honestly, what is our move speed? Speed is 5. Okay, 10 will be enough then. Alright. And actually, we don't do this. Okay, y minus the cursor's y would be alright, let me think about this. If this is supposed to be for going down. Okay, so if our y is 1,000 and the cursor's y is 2,000, then 1,000 minus 2,000 would be negative 1,000. So we need to go down. So if it's less than 10, it should actually be if it's less than negative 10. Then we're going down. So I think that'll work. And then the rest of it's just like the reverse of that. So which is the other way around. The cursor minus y is greater than 10, right? So if the cursor's at 2,000, 2,000 minus 1,000 should be 1,000. So it should start moving up to get it where it's supposed to go. I don't know. Let's see if the up and down works now. I kind of want to like comment all the rest of this out because I don't even care about left and right just yet. Let's just get up and down working first. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, everything I just did there was wrong. Alright. Use the keyboard to go right. This should go up. It did not go up. This should go down. Okay, maybe I'm just backwards. My math was bad. Yeah, no, this is backwards. If 2000 minus 1000, no, it would be negative. Yeah, that was right. If 1000 minus 2000, you'd be at negative 1000. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as the cursor's below you, then that should be true. Is the other one wrong? So if it's at 1000 and you're at 2000, so 1000 minus 2000, oh, it's a negative number again. I mean, I could also say, I guess I wanted to add. I think I'm just thinking about this wrong. If I just need to keep using the same numbers. So if the boat's at, it always messes me up that the Y is backwards in Game Maker Studio. I always think of it as like positive should go up, but it goes down in Game Maker Studio, and it messes me up so much because of that. Just seems backwards to me. I just prefer 0, 0 being in the bottom left, I guess. And I've never been able to get over that. Okay, the boat's on the bottom, that means it's at 2000. The cursor's on top, so it's at 1000. So 2000 minus 1000 would be 1000. I think that I was not supposed to swap this, and that's what went wrong. Because that should be a positive number now. If it's above. Yeah, okay. I think that fixed it. Here we go. So if it's above, it should move up, and it is. If it's below, it'll move down. And that should stop, basically what that does is it makes that it can be within like a tolerance of 10, and then it'll cut off. One thing I'm noticing that, oh no, it doesn't matter. It's just because it can't get close because it doesn't have the left and right. Okay, now let's just do the left and right. And we'll figure out the other part. But I think I can't exit here. When I was doing the exit, let's just make this bigger. When I'm doing the exit here, it's not running through this part. Is there any reason for this to be below this? I don't think there is. Like, this part never exits. No, I think to fix that, I just throw this above, and then it's fine to exit. That should fix my weird rotation thing that I was having as well. I'm going to do that here. Like I should have just spread all this stuff out. Really don't like when it goes too far to the right. Just becomes kind of annoying to navigate the code. But it does make it less lines. Alright, so all that's good. We just need to change this now. So this should work the same way. I just gotta figure out which one's positive and which one's negative. Alright, so let's do this in their head as well. So this one will work the way I think it works, to where if the boat's at 0, yeah, we can use 0. If 0 or 1,000. So if 0 minus 1,000, that would be negative. So if it's less than -10, that means this one should work the other way, greater than 10. I'm gonna just write it down and then check. So the other way around, it would be 0 minus, or 1,000 minus 0, which is, yeah, positive. Okay, that should work. Let's see if that all works well. Oh, damn it, I hit one. Alright, I should be able to see it soon. Right, so go this way. Yes, good. And stop. And now it's actually facing the correct direction it's moving. And if I run into a wall, it should delete the thing, and it shouldn't have any weird, like, facing the wrong direction stuff anymore. I don't know. It is a little weird that it won't slide, but I think that's just kind of like something that's got to happen, especially when I do like precise movement. Oh, what's going on here? Why is that happening? It's not deleting it. Not getting close enough? I guess so. I'm gonna have to make it get closer. I mean, it's close enough. I should probably just change that elsewhere. Down here. Yeah, I had this within 10 as well, so it's probably really close, but not enough to actually destroy it. Let's make this like 15, or I think maybe I'll just change these numbers. The speed's 10, so maybe like speed +1 or something. Then it changes based on what the speed of the thing is. Let's just try speed. Which is 5. But that way it'll update. Like the player's speed changes. The ship doesn't, but... And if I ever did change the speed of the ship later, this way I wouldn't have to remember to change this. So probably better. There we go. It's still deleting it. The thing that would be wrong is if it was trying to go up and it started going like left and right really fast, that means it's having an issue, but it seems to be doing just fine. Wait, it's not animating, I've just noticed. It's animating here. Not animating when it's moving up and down, right? This is an animation. This is not an animation. Why is that? This way is definitely animating. So that's really weird that it animates side to side, but it does not animate up and down. I do not know why that would happen. It's telling me that the sprite is constantly restarting or something. Sprite index equals OW ship vertical. I mean, to me it seems like you would have to swap back to idle or... Oh, actually, maybe that is what's happening. No, it only does that if it collides with something, a wall. So yeah, that doesn't even that doesn't even read. Oh, this wake direction. Oh, I think I put this in the wrong place. Yeah, okay, this is too confusing being spread out like this. So I'm gonna go ahead and just fix this real quick. Alright, so if you're meeting a wall, it does all this stuff. And most of this is just to do with the whole wake thing, which I am not even using, but I might use in the future, so I don't want to remove it. I don't even remember what the up 1 equals, or what this is for. Probably something to do with the wake direction. Yeah, something tells me this one's in the wrong place, and that might be what was causing my issue before. I didn't realize it was different from the other one. This one can be on the end. Alright, so the up down, or the up part was figuring out which up we're facing when going sideways for our wake. I wonder if there really has to be a better way to figure out wake direction. Maybe I'll think of it later. Go ahead and do this one too. Wait, no, that's right. Yeah, all of this is in V travel. It's supposed to be part of hitting the wall. Alright. For this first one, this is up. We destroy the instance and exit if we're meeting the wall. For this one, if we're meeting the wall... Oh, okay. So I just need to copy this and get rid of it here. So we are meeting the wall. This was just to see which idle we swap to. But in this case, at the end of this is when we do this. Alright, and the other one's the same way. I kind of see why I condensed it before. There's a lot of stuff. But I still think it's better this way. I don't know if that'll fix the problem I was having, but it definitely fixed some other problem that could happen. So the problem before is I wasn't having an animation. Yeah, I don't know if I fixed that. Yeah, we still don't animate. And that one's really confusing. This also makes me want to set up to where if you hold the right mouse button, it just becomes precise movement, kind of like League of Legends or whatever, or you know, any MOBA or tactical RPG. Not a tactical RPG. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Like Diablo style game, you can usually hold the mouse button to move in the direction of the mouse, which would be a good thing to add here. But before that, we need to stop this thing from sliding. Still don't really get why that happens. Does anything change our image speed? Actually, something might. Up here. Right. I think something in this code might be messing up the way my sprite animates. Yeah, if you don't press it, okay, this is it. If you don't press anything, any of these keys, technically, yeah, it's a problem. I think I just need to honestly, I probably got to just change the state, but I really think what I should do alright, yeah, at the top here, I just need to say if instance exists well, instead of instance exists, we do instance does not exist. Then run a normal code. Otherwise, run this code. Now that we have that in there, we don't need this part. Oh yeah. This is gonna become way more complicated than I thought it would because of this whole. We're doing states. Fuck it. I really should just do states. It would make this a lot easier. Okay. We need a state for mouse movement. And then just what puts us into that state and removes us from that state is the real tricky part. But everything else will be so much easier. Alright, so anything related to mouse movement and double clicked. And just make this easier. So if global option auto move equals 0, Okay, so this is how I can figure out. Now I just need to figure out when do we swap to mouse movement, right? Honestly, here's what I need to decide. I didn't really think about this. If I'm using precise movement or 8-directional movement, do I want to allow normal movement? Because I don't really know how I would do that. If you select one of those options, it's really going to turn the other type of movement off. Like, I should really make a note of that turning either of those two options on will disable arrow movement for the other inputs. It makes sense that it would work fine for the precise movement or the click movement. I don't know. But I do know this is an easy way to do this. You say if instance exists is it mouse move or mouse movement? Mouse move. Alright, so if a cursor exists, it's going to exit this. Oh yeah, and if you press any of the buttons, it destroys this thing, which should send you back to okay. So as long as I send you back right here. I've been indenting this every time. I think it should start here. Alright, so if instance oh no, okay. Better way to do this. So we got in here. We did this if this exists, which I should highlight that first one if I can find it. Way down here. And then else. I don't even have to exit at this point. That means I'm going to have to add this whole string to the bottom of the mouse movement as well. I don't know. God, why is this so messy? Guess I didn't realize how hard this would be. It's just right now, if we're in this state, we're not detecting mouse or other inputs. So yeah, we got to track this somehow. Alright. At the very bottom, we'll check for pressing a button. I feel like if we go into the... Oh, okay, if state equals shop, then that's going to take us to move eventually, so... Actually, this will be totally fine. And if we ever go into the game, we're swapping to the player object, so... Oh, that'll be fine. Okay. Okay. I got this. One thing we need is right here. If global auto move equals 1. Okay. That's for the other types of movement, which we'll figure out shortly. The big thing here is this one needs to like convert back into mouse keys if I ever get rid of the cursor, which, well, not mouse keys, but in the normal keys, and that makes it different. So I'm also going to have something that shoots us into cursor movement if we ever have that kind of thing on. So I think the big way to do that, instead of state equals move, we'd have to say if global option auto move does not equal 0, state equals move. Right, I think this is how it's going to be. Because if auto move is ever set to 1 or 2, I don't think we're going to have normal controls. It's going to be only mouse control. Because I can't think of a way to make the mouse controls work for both. So I'm just going to have to make a note that if you swap mouse controls over in the options menu, it's going to cancel the other buttons. I guess I should look at that real quick. I do have a note as part of the auto move. I think they're on here. So a player can use move using the mouse movement button. Okay, so I think I need to add a line here to say that normal movement will be disabled for both of those. So I need to set this up. 900 is at the very bottom of the screen, I think. But really, this one's got to be at like 800, I think. And I got to do another one at 900. So that when people select this option, they're aware that they're disabling normal controls to activate the mouse controls. Alright, this option disables keyboard and gamepad directional keys. Also, you're at 900. I want this to be on precise as well. I might want to make this like be a red color or something. Yeah, let's do that. We'll make it red and it'll be in parentheses. No period. Instead of directional, let's say movement. Because it's not UI, it's just game movement. All of these need to be reds. More options, menu stuff. But it relates to mouse movement. Oh. Really lagged there. Okay, auto move. Oh yeah, you can just click on it. Oh, okay. Way too high here. So this one can move down a bit, and this one definitely needs to be near this. Alright, this might be in the way. I can move it up a little bit. Gotta shuffle things around. I forgot all that's in the way. But I do like this being in red. Alright, so move the 900 down like 20, and then move this whatever it has to be. I just gotta keep testing it and get it right. So let's do 920. This will probably be like, let's try 890 to start with. If there's not enough room for it, I'll have to move all the color wheel stuff down as well. I'm just going to test this without full screening, changing scenes until I have it in the right spot. Alright, it's too low. The other one's about the perfect distance away from it though. Let's move them both up by what, 10? We went 20, so yeah, 10 maybe. So 10 and that. Let's try that. Now I see why the cursor stuff would be in the way if it's always on. Because maybe I need to turn that back off now that I think about it. Alright, that definitely looks really good. I'm going to turn the cursor display off unless you have it active. I used to have it like that, but I said, like, why don't I have it always on? That's because the description at the bottom doesn't look like it actually pertains to the thing that we have if the cursor's in between it. So I really am going to hide the cursor thing. Maybe I'll just keep the bar on and have the color show up if you ever mouse over it. I don't know. I could just keep the bar on and have the color rings Okay, I'm gonna hide the colorings. Which to do that, I don't remember. Audio, controls game, auto fire, cursor. Alright. Okay, so what I want to do is say if button options and delete all this, cursor active does not equal, or actually I don't even need that. If it's not active, then destroy cell. And I think I have to change where these things are created as well. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with the slider. But all of these need to change. And I got to make sure I create this thing using the cursor button, which I think is what it was originally on, but I removed it off of here. Part of, either part of game or window. Probably both, actually. Yeah. So if this thing's ever active, that's when it's created. If it's ever not active, they destroy themselves. And the same thing is going to be an options window. Wherever the confirm press on this is, get rid of this. Alright, so we still got the slider in there, but all that other stuff doesn't show up unless you're actually on the cursor. I don't know if I set this cursor up to actually select as well, like the audio ones do, now that I think about it. We'll see. So if I go to game, click on it, goes the slider. And that makes all these come up. If I go here, no, it doesn't actually do anything, which is weird. So I probably do want to set that up as well. Or just make it not display until you're actually over it, like they used to be. Oh, but this is what this looks like now. This option disables keyboard and gamepad movement keys. Yeah, I don't know how I want this to work. I think I do hide the bar as well. I mean, if it's like this, people might change the cursor. They won't even realize that the rest of this actually even exists. If they're just using the mouse. I mean, I could make it to where the bar, if you mouse over this bar, it selects cursor. Maybe I just do that. Only problem with that is if you're trying to go to this, as long as I make it like specifically it has to be touching the bar and not just like the area around it, I think that'll be fine. So if anytime you go to the bar, it's just going to automatically switch to all these cursor options on. Okay, let me do that. So that's actually easy to do. I'm doing it that way. I just need to go find the cursor slider itself. And then we say if mouse enter, we don't really have here. I don't remember how to do that. I don't remember the exact controls. Be on any button. This right here. Alright, so if distance to point equals 0, we don't even care about the rest of this. We just want to set voice options 3. Which one is this? These are game options. Options cursor? Yeah, that's the one we want. So it should be 4. Voice game equals 4. Which one did I just do? I did controls. Honestly, I should have copied and pasted this one. This is exactly what I want. That's just that. Okay, that's a lot easier. Wait 1 second. What stops that from being selected normally? Oh, the button doesn't actually exist normally. Okay, let me test that, but I think it'll be fine. There might be a bug that I just didn't notice till now. Alright, so that should make the slider itself change the choice. But they might actually activate the choice before it's ready. So if I go to controls, but I don't click on it, no, game. Okay, yeah, they don't exist, so it can't actually do anything. So it doesn't matter. But right, if I'm up here and then I scroll to this, yeah, it activates it. So yeah, if you're ever here and you go to mess with this, it's gonna make all that appear. But otherwise, it's not gonna be in the way. And now this has a nice little warning. It is a little annoying anytime you mouse over it. You gotta mouse around it. I guess. I don't know. Mouse this way too. And then I haven't really test, but normal controls for this should be good. I should change that one to also be a red thing. Seeing as it's very similar. I can even change the way it looks. Auto skip automatic. Okay. Alright, so 880 is all I need to remember. Should I say return playthroughs or further playthroughs? The whole idea of this button is just kind of like for speedrunning. Nice to have the option to skip cutscenes automatically. I could just say not advised for first playthrough, so I think that would be better. Or not recommended. If I can remember how to spell recommend. 2 M's, not recommended. Yeah, not recommended for first playthroughs. I have a habit of capitalizing important words, even though they're not supposed to be capitalized. I just feel like it makes words stand out a little better when they're important. First time. Alright, I think that'll be good. I think I'm also going to do something else for the auto fire. I was thinking about, like, I want to make it to where if you miss shots, you lose score, seeing as I'm adding score to the game. But if you have auto fire on, you know, of course you're going to be missing lots of shots. I don't really want to punish the person. So I think I'll disable like hit score or whatever, hit and miss score. I'm gonna write down a little note for that as well, a little warning. So let's find that one, do it as well, seeing as we're doing all this. Right, that's just this one, right? Yeah. Capitalize option on this one. It's not even the right one. No. I did gamepad, keyboard, movement keys. Alright. I'm just gonna call it accuracy points. Accuracy score points. There we go. That'll refer to either hitting a target or missing a target. You won't get a score for either one of them. So should kind of balance itself out. So Yeah, I was thinking like anytime you hit a target, you'll get points, and anytime you miss a target, you'll lose points. Anytime you kill certain things, you get more points. Collect stuff. I don't know. I haven't quite figured out how the score system is going to work. It was just something to add because like every NES game had a score system, and I thought it might be interesting. Even though I was never really, I mean, I said this before, but never really into scores. But I thought it might be fun to just try and make it more interesting. Let's say accuracy, score, point, gain, and loss. So a little more specific there. Keep kicking the mic. That was weird. The slider took a while to disappear. Auto fire. There we go. Player shoots automatically. This option disables accuracy, score, point, gain, and loss. Yeah, right. This is the bar. It works just the same. I mean, I used it before too. Arrows work as well, so you can click on them. Or you can use left and right. Okay. It was a lot of work, but I think it was necessary. Back to the world map. Right, so I need this somewhere else as well. Right, when it's created, but also if you close the shop is the other place. State equals move. No, state needs to be based on what this is. Either move or mouse move. All right, one error. I don't even know if I'm going to use this shop now that I think about it. I considered like just going into a different room when you actually do the stuff with the dock. We're going to get to that a little later, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. I was thinking like anytime you close the shop window, you got to press the cancel button, which is going to place a mouse cursor somewhere. The little movement thing. So I gotta keep that in mind. Honestly, it is kind of a problem. Because it's not just this, it's also going to be if you close the menu, which we don't have yet either, if you close the pause menu. So I do kind of need to address it now. So this controller, it creates this thing. We need something else here. For like, if you're not paused and you're not in the shop. Just say, there's a global pause, right? Yeah. There's a global key pause and a global pause. So if you're not paused, I don't know if this will work or not. Actually, I'm not even going to worry about this until I actually create these different menus. We'll just have to come back in and rework them later. I know it's going to be a problem. I'm going to forget about that, but yeah, later when I do these different menus, I'll have to figure out how to like tell this not to create a cursor when you're closing menus and going back to the normal thing. So let's just not worry about that now. Okay, so back to what we were doing. Everything about this was good though, right? Now we just need to do the other types of movement here, which is in this. Oops. What's that noise? Not how you spell precise. Other way? Yeah. I think we do precise next because that'll be easier. Honestly, it's the same code I had before. It's just instead of looking for that that thing, we're just moving straight towards the mouse. I think we just copy this code and then tweak it. Only we don't have that part of it. Got too many of these as well. Oh no, that one only goes there. Yeah, this is too much. The way this is tabbed is really weird. Alright, that should be next to that. I should have just tabbed everything out by one. Kind of fun too. There we go. Why does that look so weird in the other one? Is it strange here as well? Usually my first thing is like right next to the F. That's how it is here. I don't know why it was different. I guess because I didn't add one of them or something. Yeah, that must be it. Okay. Auto move 2. So instead of that thing, we're doing mouse Y. And we don't need the dot Y. Everything else should work here, I think. Also, we're not destroying this cursor. I don't know if that'll just work. It might. Also, real quick, make sure I set this up because I don't want to keep changing the option. Just gonna say global option auto move equals 2 so that we automatically go to what we want for testing. All right, let's test it. Well, it's definitely not auto moving. I don't know what's going wrong. So if y minus mouse's y is less than negative speed, honestly, this should work. Did I change one of them? Why isn't this working? I have no idea. Can I add something here and forget to remove it? No. Wait. Okay, we got normal movement again, so we're not in the correct thing. That's what's wrong. Okay. Yeah, we're in the wrong state, which is strange because if global option auto move equals 2, if global option auto move does not equal 0, which that's true, state equals, oh, this is backwards. That's why. Yeah. If it equals 0, state equals move. Otherwise, it equals mouse move. Okay, I think that'll fix it. It's just sending us to the wrong one. Oh, there we go, and we're off. So for the precise movement, I'm definitely going to have to turn this down a lot. Because I need it to, I don't want it to go like, I don't want it to stand right on the mouse, right? It should stop when it gets like somewhat close to the mouse. That way you have some leeway. But yeah, it seems to be working. If it runs into anything, it's gonna get stuck, so you'll have to like wiggle it back out. It's a little weird, but totally possible. Alright, so I need to like increase the tolerances a bunch with this, basically. Because mouse movement can be a lot more twitchy than placing an object on the screen. But I like this. This works pretty well. Alright, did I ever fix the sliding thing, or did I just completely forget about it? Seems to be working fine here. Alright. I don't remember if I fixed that or not. Let's go back to 0. I think I got distracted, which is like me. Yeah, it's animating. I don't remember what I did to fix that. Whatever it is, it worked. Oh yeah, I gotta remember to add the hold right mouse button as well. Honestly, that should be easy. If I just did something to temporarily change the movement to precise if you're holding it, that would probably work. Also, I pressed the wrong key there, I think. There we go. Okay. Let's go back to 2. Now that we know that worked. I really should figure out the other thing, but too late. Let's get... Alright, so what do we want here? How close do we get to the mouse before stopping? I'm thinking let's just try 50 or something. We could just do speed times 10. That's one way to do it. That would be 50. All right. I wonder how I do normal movement. Or how do I swap? So, okay, that instance will exist if you've released the right mouse button. But if you ever hold the right mouse button again, it should delete that instance and activate like a new thing that causes the precise to work. I think I actually need like a new variable here. So like if, and what is this? This is cancel if, it's just for the mouse though. Yeah, I guess so. Alright, so if we're holding the right mouse button, then we're going to destroy our instance. Okay, and then we're going to set this variable. You can just call it precise as like a normal variable equals true. Alright, so yeah, if you're holding the right mouse button, we're going to destroy the cursor movement thing, precise equals true, and then we're going to say exit from this. Now we're exiting this, but we're still in this state. So we can say if global option auto move equals 2 or precise is on, then you do all this movement. And then we say at the end of this, actually we can just do it in the beginning. No, we just say if that isn't true anymore, then we're going to turn it off. Right, so if that's not true, which I don't even have to say that, I can say if instance exists. Yeah, if this object exists, that means we've released the right mouse button. Precise equals false. And exit. And that'll put us back to normal movement. Or normal mouse movement. I think that'll work. And then this way I'm not like changing states. But I can still use the precise movement for my normal controls. Alright, so I'm gonna set this back to 0 so I can test that. And this will also allow me to test the other one, because I'm doing both at once. Alright, so I should have normal movement, right? And then if I'm holding the right mouse button, nothing's actually happening. Oh, yeah, no, that's not right. That's not good at all. I'm holding it down. I would say precise is true, but no, I think I'm getting kicked out of the thing before it actually reads all the way down. Because technically this is still true. Oh yeah, okay, so if this is true and it's running down through here, eventually it's going to run into... Oh, okay, I just need to say if this and not precise. That should stop that from running. And that way, I'm surprised it didn't give me any errors. Like, if it was checking to see this O cursor movement, but there was no O cursor movement on the screen, I don't know what was happening there. But I think it was just setting me to state equals move, and that's what was happening. Oh wait, this else. When does this trigger? That's if it doesn't exist. Okay, so that's what was happening. Because it didn't exist. It was just shooting back in the move. Alright, that should have fixed that, I think. And now if I hold the right mouse button, it'll actually follow my mouse. Until I let go again, it creates the thing. That works, and yeah, if you hold it, it just follows it. And then once you release, it creates it where you last left your mouse. But it's not going to work on the first one, because it's in the normal move. So I think that's fine. That's a little weird, like once you get to the place, you can't just hold it and go. You have to make at least one to turn it on. It doesn't matter if you run into stuff, as long as you don't turn it off. But the second it's off and it's back in the move, you can't just click and hold. If I had it turned on with the press, that would fix that though. I don't know. Is that bad? That once you're stopped, you can't just start moving again? You gotta like double tap to get moving? I don't think that's too bad. It's a little weird, but... yeah, I think it's fine. I like this. This works pretty well. Oh yeah, I didn't really check how it moves. A little bit weird. Kind of regret not doing 8 directional sprites. Especially for the boat. Oh, I see. Because it technically can't ever get to where it's trying to get to, because the camera's moving as well. So it looks weird when you do it like this and it's following along with the camera. Kind of interesting. I think I'm happy with that. I think those 2 movements work pretty well. You just have to like kind of double click to get it started for precise movement. I think 50 might be a little close though. Maybe I should make it like 100. This feels pretty precise. So it doesn't really matter for the boat, but when it comes to like, I'm thinking of also what the player is going to be like. The player always shoots in front of themselves, right? So using the mouse controls, you want to be able to easily turn the thing left or right. And if you're using precise controls, that's pretty good. And you don't want to have to like move the mouse too far to get it to swap to the other side, right? So 50 might just be perfect. Though the little like stutter stepping is odd. That makes me think I want just a little bit more. So you gotta like, yeah, you gotta move the mouse a little further to get the swap. I could also do something to where if your mouse is on the right side, it'll just face to the right, even though it's not gonna move. I think that's what I need to do. So if you're in precise controls, or 8 directional controls, I need to have it like actually face which way the mouse is, and then increase the range of this. So you have like a dead zone that's a nice little circle in here, but it's still gonna face the correct direction. So that's something I gotta set up. I do like that if I'm in precise controls, right? Technically I'm in mouse move. And if I release, it creates this thing. So we're still in mouse move until it gets there, and then it goes back to normal move. But if you're in this and you release it like directly on the thing, I was worried that it would get stuck in mouse move and wouldn't switch back to normal. But because it was there, it just immediately canceled it. Also, like, how does it animate when it's right on it? It's still kind of like got the movement animation. There's nothing that tells it to stop moving until you let go of the button. I wonder why that is. Why is it still in this one? Why does it never go back to normal? Okay, there's a few things to address. So it never goes back to normal. That means one of these is still activating, right? Or I'm missing a part of the code from the original one up here at the top. I think it's the part where nothing's happening, right? This part. I don't have this in there. I need something that's related to this. Oh, I didn't want to do that. There we go. Yeah, I need something like that in mouse move. I need to look at it real quick and see where I need to actually put it. So used to using the right mouse button. Alright, so how this works, if nothing's happening, then the sprite equals the thing that it's supposed to be. So it goes to an idle. Alright, so do I just drop that in here? Kinda gotta put it at the bottom here. Yeah, I didn't really like set up a way to say if none of this stuff is happening. I mean, I could always write all of the arguments out. I guess that's what I gotta do. Is there a better way to do it? No, I don't think so. I gotta put it at the bottom. Alright, so this one. Alright, so the place I want it is actually at the bottom of this. And instead of all this stuff, I need all the things we just did before. actually, I could probably say it in a different way, right? The different way is if x minus O cursor movement x if it's greater than speed, if it's less than, or if it's less than negative speed. I mean, the other way to say it is like if the distance is between -10 or -5 and +5. Yeah, it's just finding like the opposite of all the other commands. Oh, but I gotta do it for both of them. Kind of feel like I just... say if none of the other stuff was true. It's not really an easy way. Like before I was using the global keys, which made it simple, but I need to find a way to check and make sure none of this stuff is true. Like all 4 of these commands. You know, let's just copy all 4 of these commands down. That way I don't have to keep scrolling up and looking at them. I think that'll help. I mean, I could just say if all these things are true, because that sounds like the easier way to do it. Or if the opposite of them is true. Oh, okay, here's what I do. I just start a parentheses here for the x. So if it's less than speed and greater than negative speed in parentheses, or no wait, and, so they both got to be true. Yeah, it's got to be in between. And then the next one. So same thing with the y's. But yeah, both of these have to be true, and both of them inside of each of them have to be true. Maybe the parentheses isn't necessary when I think about it, but alright, so these I'm just changing the greater than to less than, going the end here. Changing this to be greater than. I think that's all the stuff I'm looking for. That means none of the other stuff was true, and we can start idling. We're still in the normal movement. Let's test that. If that works, then we just change our tolerance a bit. No, it's just for the precise that I have to change that. Because normal movement, I actually like it turning off when it gets real close to it. Alright, but it's the precise movement that I need to stop. So actually, now that I think about it, doing what I just did here is really dumb. Because it stops automatically. Yeah, what I just did doesn't actually do anything. It's the precise controls I need to turn off. Everything I just did there is completely unnecessary. Get rid of it. Oops. Yeah, it needs to be part of this one, the precise movement. It'll probably be part of the 8 directional as well. Okay, so I just changed to the mouse, and I think everything will fix itself. Alright, it goes here. It's the same thing, it's just this needs to be mouse X. I copy that. Delete. it's... Alright. It's also times 10 on all these, though that number is probably going to change, but it does need to be part of this, so we're going to get an error. Alright, let's try that. Is the mic still on? Yeah, good. Alright, let's look at it. Oh, precise controls. Yeah, okay, I think that works. Yeah, it stops doing its thing when it gets close to the mouse. And this one, it doesn't matter because it just turns off when it gets to its target, so I didn't even care about that one. It's the precise controls. I want it to stop animating when it gets close. But yeah, this is too close for precise. It's gotta be like, it's gotta be double that. It's gotta be double that, and then I have to do something to where it actually faces the direction of the mouse on precise controls. Oops, wrong button again. I can fix that. This button. Alright, so that's all good. We want double that though, so 20. Alright, and all these 10s equal 20s. I think the best thing to do, go 20, copy that, double click the 10. It'll be hard to adjust this. I think double should be good though. Oh yeah, that feels better already. As long as if it faces the direction of the mouse, I think that would just completely solve everything here. I guess I should do the boat wake while I'm working on this. I don't think it's too hard. If I use a particle system, what I was trying to do before was make like lines that made a perfect wake. Instead, I should just use like circles or something, or like little bead shaped particles. I think that was the hard part about it, is making. Yeah, that's right. I could just do circles probably. The idea is it's supposed to look like a line, right? And yeah, the hard part was getting the particle to actually face the correct direction when I was trying to do it as an object. But if I do it as like a particle and just do circles, I'm gonna try it with the circles. If I don't like it, then we'll just erase all the wake code that I've got. I did it again. I keep pressing 3 instead of 1. Alright, so the other part we need to fix here is we just want our ship to face in the direction of our mouse. Oh, and I can do that in this code here. We want the ship to face in the direction of the mouse when it's not moving. So if sprite equals side idle. And if it equals vertical, it equals vertical idle. So I just need to add in here we've got to change the image X scale. Depending on where the mouse is. So we got X minus mouse X, and then we want to just say the sign of that. So it's either a 1 or a -1. I don't know if that's right, it might be backwards. Also, I need to say if sprite index equals SOW ship S idle, then do that. I don't want it doing it for the vertical. So for the vertical, I need to do the other way. Yeah. Whatever I do for vertical is what? Angle, I change the angle. It's up here. There we go. This stuff. And I can probably do what I just did to get the correct angle as well. Just have to tweak it a bit, but if I multiply it by this, but we're going to use Y. So to get a positive or negative number. Because I think 90 and -90 will be either up or down. And then, yeah, we want to set the image X scale to be the correct thing. All right, let's see if that works. I probably got my signs backwards, but that'll be fine. I can fix that one easy. I just want the basics of it to work. All right, so that only applies. Oop, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, that only applies if I'm in precise movement. Okay, so it's the wrong way, and the up and down's not working. This is working now. It's just when it changes the side, or it's not even changing to the side correctly. Oh, I know, because, yeah, that's right. It's set up to where it's changing based on what the active one was. But if it doesn't move, then it doesn't know how to change back to the side one. Really, this up and down thing only matters if I'm thinking about just changing it to the side. I don't know. I mean, one thing is I definitely have to swap that to the other way. Yeah, I guess it should stop the direction it was facing, right? I need to come up with something more specific. It'll find point direction or something. Okay. Yeah, this isn't good. We need to do something different here. Okay, I think what's better if I just say if sprite index equals four. Alright. If it equals one of these two, then we know we can start figuring out which direction it's supposed to face. Also, this was backwards, so let's do like plus. Okay, so at this point, I mean, I probably won't even use that, but well, no, yeah, it's really just figuring out, are we more to the side or more up and down with our mouse? Which I've done stuff like this before. It's always kind of complicated. Because we're trying like, oh yeah, we're looking for a point direction. X, Y, mouse, X, mouse, Y is, yeah, okay, I remember this. Kind of annoying. It's got to be like, if it's, if it's less than or equal to 45, or mouse is greater than or equal to, opposite of 45 is the hard one. 270 plus 45 is 315. Yeah. Alright. So this is this pie quadrant to the right. All this just means we're facing to the right. And actually, I just need to find whether we're facing right or left. So now we do the other way. And then this would be all in parentheses because we want all that to be true. Or all of the next thing to be true. Which is point direction X, Y. So if it's ever greater than or equal to, all right, so we got 90 degrees, so 135. So if it's greater than or equal to 135, and one more time here, less than or equal to the other one. So 180 plus 45 is 225. There we go. That is 2 pi quadrants to the right, or facing that way. Yeah, this is the side to side. Okay. So we say it's the side one, which was supposed to be SOW ship idle. And we we set that up. Part of that. All this is still true. Oh, and then we can just say else here, because we got everything we wanted. Not there. Here. Because this would be the other direction. It's a little bit easier than the usual. Alright, that should be all of that. So, there's not really a better way to do this because it's two different ones. Oh, but honestly, this doesn't matter, right? Because once it's inside this place, we know it's going to stop moving. So honestly, we just need to say, okay, yeah, this actually, now that I think about it, that's completely unnecessary now. Quite certain. I can just throw this in here and we can get rid of all this because it's going to pick the thing we're supposed to be just based on where the mouse is. So I think all that is unnecessary. Okay. And this is also unnecessary because I don't care about this because it's going to pick one of the two anyway. Alright, so yes, if we're not moving, then this equals that, and the direction we're facing is just based on where the mouse is. Let's test it. Alright, I keep pressing left click. Alright, nothing here is going to change with this part. Oh, okay, problems. It's doing side, but it never changes angle back to normal. Everything's working, but the angle never changes back to 0. That's why. Was that something in the code and I just left out? Angle equals 0. Yeah, I should have had that. I mean, it makes sense. This one had angle and image X scale. This one should have that as well. Alright, that should fix that. Looking on me. You're so goofy. All good except for the left doesn't work. Because the up down is good, but this is not good. Actually, both of them might be wrong. Alright, I gotta figure out what's wrong with the left and right. You're so goofy. Image X scale equals the sine of X plus... Oh, that's always going to be a positive number, isn't it? Probably. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. If I go back to minus, though... Oh, maybe what I was supposed to do is say negative sign, but still use minus. There we go. I think I want to reduce the pie, so to speak, of the top and bottom one. I feel like the top and bottom one should just be like a small amount, and it should be majority side to side, because the side to side like tends to take over, right? See, it usually is a much larger chunk than the up and down one. So I think that should also reflect when you're in here. So yeah, I'm gonna tighten those numbers, but everything else is great. All right, so yeah, I'll have to figure out what this is. Oh, my ear's killing me. We're at 12:30 a.m. Oh man, I totally forgot it was daylight savings time today. Woke up like an hour early, of course, as you do, and I'm like, oh, what the heck? I never wake up early. But it feels good to like just lay there for an extra hour. When I got off work though, it was so dark. That's when it finally dawned on me, like, oh, I think the clock's moved. That would explain why everything is off. Alright, so what are these numbers that I want then? 45 degree. Like the question is, how much do I go, right? Or how high do I go up? Because it's all kind of based on H number 45. What's half of that? Half of 45. Let's just say add 20 then. Not, I know it's like an odd number, but if we add 20 to this, make it 65? Or we can do 75. Or just do 70. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go with 70. So 70 is our number. Now, what's all the other numbers if we're basing everything off of 70? Alright, so 360 minus 70 is 290. Okay, got that one. Now, what's 180 minus 70? That's 110. There's that one. And what's 180 plus 70? 250? Yeah. All right, let's try that. I might take tomorrow off. I haven't really done a day off like I said I was going to do. I kind of had one, but on my day off I worked on Goba. Which is, I don't know if that's a day off. I was doing that before when I was working on Gazoo. On my days off I was just doing work on another game. I'm doing it again, which doesn't make it feel like a day off. But sometimes I just like, I want to work on something else for a little bit. Yeah, that feels a little better. There's still an, I don't know, I think 70 might be a little too tight. Maybe. It kind of depends on like when you're moving down and you stop. You're still kind of in it, so. I mean, that's weird, right? Well, not really, because the diagonals. I think that's fine. I'm gonna stick with that. All right, that works. So, okay, we've got click movement, precise movement does work because this is technically everything that the precise movement's gonna do. Also, if we left click while moving in the precise movement, it still does the thing where we enter the stage. I just haven't set this up where the player now has to move based on this stuff, but I still need to do 8 directional. Oh yeah, this works with shooting, by the way. Or left clicking. Yeah, I missed that one. Oh, he's gonna drown. We got a well. Awesome. I've been seeing a lot of wells. I wonder if I changed that number and forgot to change it back. I could look at that. Stage spawner, shallow spawner, create. Where's the well? Well, no, if I random 100 equals 100. So we just rolled a 1% chance there to get that well. Also, 100% or a 1% chance to get the pond duck, which I haven't even shown on stream yet. That's a nice little Easter egg. And then there's a 0.5% chance to get a. I put the crystal drone from Gazzard into the game as kind of like a little UFO, because I thought that would be a nice little Easter egg for Gazzard in my own game. Might as well. I ended up doing like every area you go into. Hi, Saul. Oh, you were, yeah, that's right. You were with, inside Regards stream. Welcome. I didn't get rated, did I? If I did, I missed it. Because I didn't have my earphones in. Oh yeah, the water heater. I wasn't lying about that. I was lying about it being full of water. Of course I drained it. That would be stupid not to. But I have picked up a whole water heater and carried it out of the house by myself. Y'all made fun of me. I mean, that was kind of the joke too. I got it like halfway before I realized, oh, you know what, it'd be a lot easier if you just kind of like tilt it over and roll it. Then I did it the other half that way. Right, so I'm working on my game. I've been doing mouse controls. Also, I can close this now. So I can show it real quick. I wanted to add a lot of accessibility options. So I did like a whole bunch of stuff. My last couple streams have been like key bindings, options menu, and one of the things I'm doing is like mouse only controls. So I've got this set up to where you can like point click to move the thing around. It creates this little icon and the boat goes towards the icon. Or if you click and hold it, it will just kind of like follow the mouse around. So I've been kind of setting up the way this behavior works. And then I have in the options menu a way to set up to where instead of the point to click thing, it just permanently follows the mouse around. So it's like, it's always got precise controls on. And the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to set up kind of like this, but I'm going to make it based on 8 directional movement. I thought I would do that because it would allow for some, I don't even know if that's actually worth it now that I think about it. Is it even worth putting in the 8 directional controls? The way the 8 directional controls is supposed to work is like, if you're in the top like pie chart or whatever, then the character goes up. If you're in the bottom one, it goes down, right? So it's kind of like the precise one. It's just, it goes based on, you know, 8 cardinal directions. But the more I think about it, I'm like, why am I even bothering with that? The precise seems just all around the better option, isn't it? Would anyone care if I added the 8 movement in? I feel like no, and I shouldn't even bother with it, and I should just remove the option from the game. Not sure. Yeah, I think so too. And it's kind of a pain, so why am I even putting myself through it when it really doesn't add much? There's just something I thought of, and then I never considered like why. Okay, so I need to change this variable then. Auto move should just be true or false. If it's just going to be two different ones. So this is if auto move is true. This one won't exist anymore. And then this one will be if auto move is not true. And now I gotta find everywhere I've used this global and adjust it. And then we gotta change the options menu again, which is great. And then I think this doesn't really matter anymore. Get rid of it. Yeah, because I can test the precise moves using the normal one. So, okay, if it is not, wait, if it's true, then state equals mouse move. Just change this around. State equals move. There we go. Okay, so that's that. Okay, where else is that at? So, global option auto move. All right, it's in a lot of places. It's in ship create line 1, we know that one. It's in 102. Which is that one, we did that. It's in 216. We did that one. It's in 422. I forgot about this one. Alright, so if auto, this is what I did before. I just need to change this to be mouse move and this one to be move. You didn't take it personally about the watch. No, I'm joking. I don't care. I was kind of joking, but it was also true. No, I don't care. I think that it was just like both true and representative of me being an old person who likes to tell stories of heroic exploits. Okay, so all that's good. Now where's the other stuff at? Options, game, create. Okay, yeah, I gotta change my options menu around again. Options, game, create. That means we're deleting this button, which I don't want to delete it yet because I want to remember where it's supposed to go. Sadly, it's the one in the middle, which makes it even harder to delete because I gotta move the precise one to be where it was. Shouldn't be too hard to do. Options, game, create. Where's options, game at? Here. Oh, Gazzard is the game I did before this, but I took a break from it, or I paused it to do this one, which is a much easier, smaller project. Gazzard I was working on for like 1,500 hours. This game I've been working on for like 700-ish. It's kind of an estimate. But this one's almost done. I've got a couple things to script here. I'm still putting in like UI stuff. I'm doing this like accessibility movement and stuff. There's a couple little extra things to add, but yeah, once we get past like UI stuff, cutscenes, which I've already drawn the cutscenes, I just gotta like make the cutscenes work in game. Once I get past all that stuff, I do like sound effects, ambient sound effects, And then I gotta do music, which I've never done music before, so that'll be fun, learning experience. But then I'm basically done. It's just like touch-up stuff. We're really close. I hope. I don't know. I don't want to say how long it'll take because I didn't think that I'd be spending like a month doing just UI. So clearly, I'm not a real good judge of estimating time. I would say that it's probably only a few months though. Who knows? All right, so button options, create line 12. Auto move. Okay. So this was just for doing the thing for it, but this needs to be, we just say if not auto move and if auto move, get rid of this one. There we go. I mean, I don't even have to do it that way because it's a true or false now. We can just say if that, this, otherwise, this. That'll be a little bit cleaner. There we go. Going to learn music from the ground. Yep. I want to do everything. Solo dev. I feel like I've never really been a music. I love music, you know, don't get me wrong about that. But as far as like creating it, I have no idea. Like every time I've looked at instruments, it's just never been a thing that I've been into. So it'll be interesting. I'm kind of curious, like how it'll go down. But, you know, I mean, everything I've done has been a new experience. Why should I shy away from anything at this point, right? I've done so many things. Basically know the whole game dev process at this point. We've got a lot of job titles. So might as well add composer to that. That's actually crazy. I never said it out loud. But yeah, that's what I will be. If I make music for my game, I will be a composer as well. It's hard to get like all that stuff in my head. Like I've accepted I'm an animator now. I was like always looking forward to that. And I definitely feel like an artist. I feel like a game dev now. I feel like a programmer. I'm pretty good at that. Yeah, we're gonna add composer to that. It's gonna be insane. I have so many titles. My resume is gonna look sick. Gonna be great for getting a job at the grocery store. Alright, so that's that one fixed. What else do we got? Alright, I fixed all those ones. Button auto move 1. Alright, so all three of these are probably going to have some changes. So what do you do, by the way? Oh yeah, I didn't want to say anything in her stream. I hope she's not here right now. But I couldn't hear you at all in that stream. It sounded like she was talking to herself the whole time. It was hilarious in a way. But yeah, your mic was very quiet, or at least she didn't have your volume turned up, which I think is what was going on. I probably should have mentioned it, but I don't know. I've done some dumb stuff with streams, like doing it always feels really bad when you do a full stream and you go to watch it later and it's the entire thing was muted and you're like, all right, I'm gonna delete that one from existence. Yeah, so I don't know anything about you really. What do you do? I see you have like the PNG guy, which looked cool. Yeah, I'm sort of similar. I think I've gotten better at it. I mean, it helps when the mic's at a good distance. Not always possible. Alright, this. Alright, this one is for click, so if auto move is false. Artists mostly render practice streams. So like just digital art. animation kind of thing, or just straight up drawing? You said mostly render practice. That makes me think, when I hear render, I always think like 3D. But that might not necessarily be true. For me, I use Clip Studio when I do my artwork. So, yeah, I just do frame by frame animation. But I haven't really touched on anything 3D or like, I don't even do like, I've done some traditional digital art stuff, but I'm not huge into it. I just do like fan art every now and then, if it's not like animation, game dev related. Okay, so I guess I do that too. I'm less familiar with the term. I mean, I'm not sure if all the terms I use in game or digital art is correct. I still use the word mask for like, you're filling in the, I mean, it's basically filling in the skin of the creature, what's inside the line work, right? I don't think mask is actually the right word, but I've been using it for so long that I'm just sticking with it. And it's like, I'm not changing, the world can change. So I'm not sure if I get my own terms right. Okay, so this equals false. And if it is not true, then that. Fair. Yeah, I usually just say clipping for that. Though, I guess they're kind of one and the same. Maybe that's where I kind of get mask from. Because you kind of like, you use your clipping layers to the mask below it to draw on only that part, which tends to not be your line work. It's, right? I don't know. I can't really think of a better word other than calling it the skin, the filled-in part, the gray layer. There's probably a better word. The flats? Yeah, I think I've heard flats before. That might be the one. That's probably it. That makes more sense than a mask. A mask is typically something you put on top, right? That makes even more sense to say clipping would be a mask that you put on top of a flat. I guess a flat would also be the face, because if you're putting a mask on anything, you're putting it on the face, right? Base colors of flats. So I usually use like a gray, and then I put my colors on top of the gray as an overlay, and then I do shading on top of the colors and the mask, or on top of the flats. Big brain. All right, is this all good? I think this is correct. What else do we have to do? So I did step and create. I think that's right. All right, we have load options. We got to change those. Oh no. Digital art's best friend is Control Z. That's the whole reason I got into it. Control Z is a godsend. On paper boys can just cry as I Control Z all my mistakes away. Heck yeah, you know it. Anybody that's done any traditional work, when you go on digital, going like back and forth, it's just crazy. I love making a mistake in a traditional thing and you're like, well, that whole piece is fucked. Maybe I can recover it with some good markers and erasers. Not if you're using the wrong type, though. God, I remember I drew this like really good dragon once, and then I was gonna use Copic markers, and like my first marker was doing good, and I'm like, okay, this shading's looking good. And my next marker, just like the second I touched it down, it just bled everywhere. I was like, ah, oh, fuck. I still remember that. Probably why I stopped doing traditional stuff. I like sketching. I still do traditional for sketching. I think it's still a little bit better than sketching. I mean, digital art sketching's not too bad either. Now that I've got better brushes and pens, I'm kind of more comfortable with it. But sketching in a sketchbook is just really relaxing too, right? There's nothing better than filling up like a whole sketchbook. And it's just a good feeling. All right, load options. By the way, if you want to see what I do, I've got an art one. Nightbot? Nightbot, are you there? Are you alive? What the fuck, Nightbot? Get off your ass. Commands. Did I get rid of this? I got rid of the art one. Oh, I see. Because I spread them all out. Because I'm on so many different social media stuff. It's not just art anymore. You can look at Instagram. I guess that would be the one to look at if you want. There we go. There's my Instagram. I've also got like a DeviantArt, a Twitter, a TikTok, though I don't know if I have links to all of those. I do. But you can use the same links if you want one of the other ones. Just see the kind of stuff I do. Most of it's going to be like the anime. I've got like digital art stuff in there as well. Most of it's animation, like game animation. It's just what I do more of. All right, load options. That's a script. Oh, there you are, Nightbot. See how it is. All right. Option auto move. It's set to 0 by default, and that's good. Though I want it to be false now. So let's change that. Though it's technically the same thing. I feel better if it was false. And then I can get rid of this because this isn't true anymore. Alright, cool. That should have been those. Now we have an auto move option. Where's that at? Here. Alright, yeah, this one does a whole bunch of stuff. Well, this is fine. Draw. This is all good. Step. Alright, so yeah, I animate. I do everything in Clip Studio. Just because I bought it and you don't have to buy it again. Though they are going to they're starting to go to the monthly model as well, because of course that's making so much money for Photoshop. I hate monthly payment subscription models personally. So I'm glad I got Clip Studio. Buy it now, I think, if you're interested in it, because pretty soon you won't be able to get it without paying every month. So probably a good time if you don't, or if you're interested. It's a good program. You know about it too. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. I don't know how they're gonna do it. I don't trust it though. Personally, I think they'll end up like not updating it, and they'll just let it fall out to where it doesn't work when the next Windows update is, or the next Windows OS, and then all of a sudden it'll be obsolete, and you'll just have to pay from then on. It's just how I expect most companies to go. They always do that kind of thing. Okay, this is what changes. This needs to go to 260. And I'm not even going to change the name of it. I'm just going to get rid of that one. And that'll fix that. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so choice game would be the auto move. I don't need to change that. Oh, I see. We have an... No. Setting 3, this part. Alright, we get rid of this. And then we say... Oh no. Because I had 3, I've got to do it a totally different way now. Oh, you're fine. Oh, I love people talking. Are you kidding? My channel's usually dead. I say that. I've been doing pretty good. I got like a rate of 50 people the last time I streamed, so who am I to complain? Though I think I only got like... Well, clearly I didn't get anybody to stick around from it. That's not true. I've had like at least one person that has come back to the stream from that raid. But, you know, that's at least one more. Alright, how do I redo this? If left pressed, or the mouse, then, okay. So we gotta say, I'm just gonna write it again. If global option auto move, or, yeah. Global, okay. It'd be better if I split this up because there's extra stuff to do. So, if that's true, also, what's going on? Do I have insert on? I do. No, I don't. I don't know. That was weird. Else, do the other thing. Okay. So if auto moves on, you press the left key, then it goes off. And then we do, if it's turned off, then this one is true. And then this would be just other way around. And we can get rid of all this. Yes. Alright, and then this will just be the other way. Honestly, it can be the exact same way, because no matter what it is, it'll just go to the other one. So, yeah, nothing changes. But I do have a different arrow. So I'll keep them separated. Alright, that fixes all that. Anything else? That's it for that one. There's still more. Alright, save options. Of course, that would be one. Ooh, you got glasses on. Don't quite fit, do they? Close. Alright, there's actually nothing to change in this one. Controller. Okay. We're false by default. Alright, so the button for precise, I think that's the last of it. If it's true. There we go. Alright, the last part is I created a button, but I need to go into the options window. Wherever I create that button, I got to do something different. Actually, it might not even be in here. It would be like an instance create. I don't think it's part of this. It's part of something else. No, it might be here. Game. No, maybe not. Where else would it be? Okay, so what I search for now is search for button AM02 8 directional. Oh, apparently it doesn't appear anywhere. Okay, so the other one. It might be part of game. I've already gone through game. Yeah, that's right, I fixed this. Okay, wait. Is there something in here? We've got choice options, display, audio, controls, game, action, input. I think that's it. I gotta test it really well because I did a lot of changes there. And there's plenty of room to have made a mistake. So let's open up the initialize, go back to the main menu, and run through my options menu and make sure there's nothing wrong. Honestly, I feel like it's weird that, right, isn't it? No, I fixed that, didn't I? There's two places where the precise and the click are made. I fixed one of them, the one in auto move I think I fixed. Right, yeah, it only creates these two. But there should be another one. And I feel like I missed it. Because this one's just for mouse controls. Oh no, it's left pressed as well. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. This one. This creates it when this button is active. Or maybe there isn't another place. It's just... Okay, no, I think that is right. Okay, never mind. Let's test. So, yeah, it should put everything where it's supposed to be. And then I can delete the 8 directional button and just say that was never part of the game. And technically I saved a bunch of time there. Alright, so in here, if I go to auto move, there should only be 2 options now. Click and precise. Cycle through both of them, it works pretty well. player moves directly towards mouse cursor. This option disables keyboard and mouse gamepad movement. Keys. Click, player can move using the mouse movement button. Okay, that seems to work. I feel like I should... This checkbox has been annoying me. I should just do the arrows on this one while I'm here, so that it is just like every single other one, where it just arrow on or off. What are you licking me for? It's so goofy. With them butt scratches. Yeah, I'm gonna change that real fast while I'm here. We're doing more options menu stuff. Good soup. Alright, so to change that, I need to go... Well, okay, first, we saw that everything works, so I'm deleting this. The other thing, this on-off button. We want to go to auto-fire button. Draw. This is the checkbox. I need to turn... Okay. I want to turn this checkbox into arrows. Which means that I'm kind of like... Okay. Yeah, no, they're right next to each other. That's fine. Draw. Well, okay, let's start with create because there's all these timers and stuff that I gotta set up. Alright. We got 2 timers. There's no... Oh, that's right, because it's not a slider. Just put those 2 on there. Go to step. Step. We gotta add this part in. Just above the active. Okay. We're going to go ahead and do the draw part. Draw. So this is if active. Draw this stuff. Copy. So I had the checkbox before, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to throw it here. If active. And then we'll get rid of all this. Alright, and then is this in the correct place? I say no. This is at 405. And I don't remember where the auto fire is. I think it's the first option. While auto move is the... No, auto skip is the first option. I think if I do 305, that will be correct. This is a big guess, but I think I'm right. That should put the buttons where they're supposed to be. Now in the step event, I need to make the buttons do stuff. So we go in here. We want this thing. So if left pressed, or this part, copy. Oh look, we already got it on one side. We just have to do... Yeah, okay, it's at 304. Would it be at 305? Why is it 304? I don't know. 305. Also, 1162. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't know why that was different. Okay, well that works. Oh, I can't do the else part though. Oh, and I gotta remove the right. No, I gotta remove the left. Because that is the right arrow. Okay. This goes. And then we put in this part. Though, as I said, that's the right button. So this part. Okay. Is all this correct? If auto fire, do this. I don't really know if the exits are necessary. Not really, but whatever. Yeah, it's all good. I just need to copy this and do it again with the other key. And because I like putting left before right, it goes here. I'll keep the confirm on there. might as well. So we want left press, and we want the correct X here, which is 840. And then this is a left arrow, and all that's still true. Okay, that should have put arrow keys on my auto fire. Can test it to make sure, but I think everything will be right there. Unless I got my 305 wrong. The other one was at 304, so that must be it. Is it rebuild? Oh, because I deleted an object. So stupid. Oh. What time is it? It's like 1 a.m. for me, Eastern time. Oh, it's 1:30. Jeez. I got like 2.5 more hours in me. Hopefully we can get all this auto stuff set up. EST. Appalachian game. I don't have to work tomorrow, so I can work as much as I need. I just tend to like to stop at 4 a.m. Stay on schedule. So it's building sprite sheets right now. It takes like 2 minutes usually. Anytime I delete an object, which it's actually a bug. It's not supposed to work like that, but yeah. It just has to rebuild all the sprite sheets from scratch again. And I still haven't fixed that. But at this point, I don't know if I can blame it on GameMaker or because my computer's so old. Okay, so once this is done, I get the movement controls to work for the O player, so they work in the stage. And then we do the auto fire thing, which will be way easier than movement. Then what? Oh, then I'm going to add scores to the game. I wonder if I want to do that now or later. And then there's light rays and zooming in and out. Okay, we still got like. I definitely won't be getting to UI tonight. Well, minus doing the options over and over. Okay, yeah, I wanted to make sure all this stuff is good. So back to game. Move mouse. Alright, so auto fire. Yep, we got 2 arrows. That arrow goes on when you press the left or the right button. That arrow goes on when you press the left button. And it doesn't really matter which way they check, they swap. Alright, and if I mouse and click on it, oh yeah, then they should change. They should change. Okay, that's good. It only changes when you click on it. There we go. We've stress tested it. It works. Cool. Exit without saving. We do our options and then exit. Cool. That's all good. Okay, so, right, the movement, we gotta close all these windows. There's too many windows. Oh, there's only 3 windows. There's still too many. Open a player. Right, all the stuff I did with the ship, which I should probably open it as well, because that's kind of important. I need to do that for the player, which is a little more difficult, because the player's already got a bunch of states. A lot more states than the ship did. So how am I going to do this? Sweat's a 90 tab. I am not a tab guy. Though I do have a couple open here. I need to close these, in fact. I like having the title and the test room and the world map. Yeah, I don't like multiple tabs. I don't like any notifications. I have to clear them. I was just saying at the beginning of the stream that I've not been tested for it, but I am pretty sure I'm really autistic. Like, actually. Because I just looked it up because I wanted to know more about it. And every symptom I was reading off, I was like, yeah, that sounds like me, yeah, no, that's me, yeah, okay, I might be autistic. I've been saying, well, if you don't know, the font that I'm using in the game that you saw in the menus and stuff, that's like a font called Open Dyslexic. It's supposed to make it easier for people who have dyslexia, that I can't say that word. Yeah, people who are dyslexic. It makes it easier for them to read it. And I was constantly thinking that I might have that problem, but I went and looked it up as well. And from everything I read on it, and no, I don't think so. I have trouble like reading things out loud, but I'm actually very good at reading things when I'm not distracted and I'm just reading it in my head. I think I read very fast. So I need to stop saying that, right? I think I have a problem saying things like, you know, obsessive compulsive and dyslexic and autistic without actually understanding what they mean, right? So I started trying to rein that back in. But as I was looking up all these terms, I think I actually am autistic. Which was funny while I was studying on it. But the problem is I've just never had any sort of like therapy that was any good. I just have, I don't know, when I read out loud, I tend to have trouble like internalizing the words, because I have to say them over and over in my head as well while reading out loud. When I just read normally, I just I don't know, the meaning just goes in my head and I don't think about it. So I don't know, maybe that's just something else that's kind of similar. Okay, movement. We've got key up, key down in this one as well. And then we've got this collision stuff that I've got to deal with. Loud versus quiet brain. I don't know. I don't get quiet brain anymore. I've also got tinnitus. So there's no quiet here. It always rings. Which I started off made me extremely miserable, but I've kind of gotten used to it. I used to really like peace and quiet, but I don't even remember what it is like anymore. There's just always a ring. Honestly, I don't know where I stand there. Because I want to say I have a loud brain, but I could just be a quiet brain that never stops daydreaming too. Which one is it? Because I think if I'm in like a determined task, then I'm not that bad at focusing, but when I don't need to focus, I don't. I probably do have a extremely loud brain. I've always really resonated. If you ever seen the old, I think it's Chuck Jones, Looney Tunes cartoon, it had like the kid in class where he's like constantly looking out the window and just like daydreaming random stuff. I remember watching that as a kid and being like, that is totally me. I am this kid. I think he was actually just like, that whole thing was about himself. So I feel very similar to that. I just constantly daydream about stuff and I never stay in reality that long. And I space out, but there's definitely stuff going on in there. It's just, it's got nothing to do with reality anymore. That's kind of what I was talking about. So, technically, it's on. It's just not on about anything that matters. I don't like these extra spaces that I have here. Let's get rid of them. Look at all this stuff. Oh, that's right. I've got like several different movement types too. Oh man, doing this one with precise controls actually may be very hard because there's so many like different states with this character. It sure would be easy if I could just set something up. Yeah, I can't just set global key down to equal true or whatever because that's going to mess everything up. But I would have made it the easiest. Alright, let me think about it. Maybe I can. Because that would definitely solve the problem. But what issues would that cause? Like if I use the mouse to control keys? I guess I technically could have done that with the controller object. Though it's too late now, I already did it in the ship. No, yeah, that's not really true, because once you get close, it's supposed to be different anyway. I mean, I could always make a new state for, like, swim using mouse controls as opposed to keyboard, kind of like I did with the boat. But the problem is I'm going to have, like, a swim state with mouse, and then I'm going to have a suit state down here with mouse, and then I'm going to have a sub state with mouse. It's going to get, like, 3 new states that I have to wiggle around through. It's a bit much. I'd like to think about it a little harder. Maybe I can come up with a better solution. Alright, we don't have to worry about the entrance. That's all automatic. Also, this is pretty busy. Let me open this up. Okay, what are we looking at here? It's been a while since I've actually messed with this. This is like one of the first things I did. Which means it's worse. Oh, there you go. Make a farm. I was just talking about how I took a day off 2 days ago. I've been updating this. That's called Goba. The thing on the screen. Little guys walking around. Oh, here, let me hit. Yeah, your shit got destroyed. Let me hit tab. That'll move things around. I was going to update this to where I've got like new sprites, new emotes, new fonts. Oh my god, you've got so much gold though. I want to make it to where you don't steal all the gold from somebody you kill. So, you know, you can enjoy it for now. But, yeah. I've just been, like, making new stuff for this. I want to do something where things actually drop items and they equip them. Oh, rip. But I was going to set something up to where if you create a base when the screen is kind of like in that little window mode, it'll just automatically expand the window to do the full screen. So everybody gets released from the cage basically. And then they can start fighting. Also, I made this thing. Actually, I don't even know. It might actually be in the game still. I don't remember what button it was though. There's definitely a button. Let me look. I made this thing for going on like adventures. It's kind of like a gambling mechanic, but I never like actually got around to using it. I think I might have removed it because I wasn't using it. Yeah, I might have removed it. Yeah, base will give you like territory basically. And if you put everything inside your base, then you can protect all your stuff because nobody can enter your base. It also protects your stuff from like monsters. Your base will like kill monsters. So the trick is you drop a base, you drop a farm and a fort in the base. And then once you have a base, if you ever type base again, it spends like 10 gold and it'll teleport you back to the base. So you just type base and then type the farm and it should drop it pretty close to the base to where it's in that circle. Also, if you want to win fights, you need to armor up. Because armor, if you know anything about like Dungeons and Dragons, armor basically just is a hit modifier and improves your chance of winning fights. Oops, I'm supposed to do that one. Okay, so I don't remember what I said it at last because it's been so long since I messed with it. But yes, there is a limit. There's a gold limit and an armor limit. And once you reach it, you'll see what happens. But yes, something will come in and smite you. I also have something set up to where if you do bits, it's pay to win, so you can totally like pay to win. Though you don't need it. You've got like a ton of stuff. But if you do bits, it does this, which I just absolutely love. Though this is like if you donated a lot of bits to get that many fireworks. I want to set it up to where all the characters like start dancing or something when that happens. Aw, I lost my armor. I need to get rid of that mechanic that causes your armor to go away. Oh, I've already done the sprites for dancing. I just haven't... I'm like working on the code for it in my off time. Because it's been a while since I've actually updated Goba. Yeah, there we go. Okay. He's got a little dance emote now. It's just swinging the arms back and forth. But I added that in. And I even made it to where the little raptor that you ride on, he'll dance as well. Just kind of like swings his arms and his tail. There we go. I also made it to where my character can ride a raptor because I didn't have that in the game. Thing is, I gave myself a custom character. I made some new hairstyles as well. I made like this alpha style, which is just supposed to be like a bunch of them combined together. So it's got like a lot of hairstyles mixed together. Oh, I totally forgot about this heavy armor thing. I gotta put that in. Yeah, I got this adventure thing. I haven't even done, but it's got like these backgrounds and stuff that just kind of like plays the character, goes on this adventure and fights different monsters that I've done, or like harpies and stuff. And the idea is you just do it and try and make money, or you lose money. I'd like to add all that. It's weird that my hobby off screen, or yeah, my hobby away from game dev is more game dev. Also, if you got a bunch of money, you can just use plate, and it gives you like 10 armor all at once. Yeah. I don't know. Goba's just been my like side project thing the entire time I've been doing game dev. Once I've learned that I can make Twitch chat play a game, I kind of fell in love with it. It's changed a lot too. It started off like you had direct control over your guys. You can like move them and fire attacks on a grid. But that ended up being too many commands. So I went with this like kind of random movement style because it's just kind of fun. Plus I can put it like over top of the screen and they just kind of like walk around while I'm doing whatever boring thing I happen to be doing. I always stream the most boring stuff, right? So, another thing I can do is I can create AI. So now there's like little AI guys that will do things. Alright, maybe I can kill this thing and get enough to make a farm. Or I can just armor up twice. Yeah, I don't think I like the mechanic where you actually lose armor when you lose a fight. Not really great. I was trying to, it's really hard to balance power creep in a game like this. Because like your character's got so much gold, basically, because that's like the max amount of gold that's been collected across all characters through my entire stream, and it all just ends up winding up on one person because you steal it all from the, the person who wins takes all the cash. So I need to edit that. I should make a note of that. Fights don't lose armor. I think I've already put a comment in here about changing how much money you lose. I've also got new animations for building buildings to where it actually has like an animation play instead of it just appearing. I've got a new teleportation animation. I want to put shadows in it because I learned how to do shadows while making gravitas, so might as well put them in Goba. No, I haven't actually made a note of that. Let's do do not lose all gold to fight. And just make it to where you lose like a portion of your gold. Like 50 or 100 gold or something if you lose a fight. Yeah, I lost armor again, but I can do a farm now. A farm should help me get some money. I don't really want to drop it. Where did I drop it? Is that it? It must be mine. We're both the same color. Ah! Raider! So the farms just give you extra money over time. You're gonna take out my farm, aren't you? Oh no, the farm's like wiggling now. Why is that happening? Holy cow. You're right next to it. I've got no money. Isn't really paying off. Yeah, I don't know. The sprite's like wiggling back and forth on the farm. That's not supposed to happen. I don't know what happened there, or how long that's been a thing, or how I haven't noticed that till now. A lot of questions. Oh, there's a raptor. Everybody's got a raptor though. I don't know if mine does. No, mine does. You can tell by the movement speed. I'm redoing all the fonts. The last thing I was working on was making it to the text box looks better. I want to make it to where it actually shows who's talking. The only thing I haven't really figured out how to do is like word wrapping. So if you just type a ton of stuff, that, right, it just ends up being like this gigantic line. It would be nice if that actually like, yeah, had some word wrapping and it goes to the next line. Because sometimes people come in here and they just drop a whole paragraph and it goes off the screen. Which doesn't really work too well for like a chat message kind of thing. If, you know, I want people on YouTube to be able to read what chat's saying. I love the idea that everybody in my chat is actually like a little person on the stream now. I just think that's adorable. Also, why does your name go like so far down? That can't be right. That's nuts. It's like way below you when you go up to the top. Look at that. It should be underneath you. I don't know what's wrong there. Why are all these problems? I feel like I should have noticed all this stuff, right? Also, why didn't you pick up that coin? It's in your territory. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at all that. All right, let me make more notes. Base. Pick up coins. And name too far down. Where am I? I'm dead again. Jeez. Okay, so much for all the armor. Is the farm still doing its thing? I think that's my farm. Yeah, that's definitely mine. It's like a dark green. A lot of good it's doing me. I think Tar's got all my money. He's not even here anymore. Alright, back to this. What's the best way I can do this without doing totally new states? Okay, I think I know what I did. Right here we have this if key up, right? So what we can do is like mouse controls here. And then for the mouse controls, we'll just set the different keys to equal true. 1, right? And then we just got to make sure at the end of this that we turn those different keys off, right? Is there any reason I have to turn them off though? That's what I really need to know. Like, does it matter that I have the left key pressed using the mouse? As long as it turns off when you go in a menu. Right? I mean, it'll turn off the next time it goes through the controller step too, because it's technically not on. It's just on for this script. God, you made a fort. I think I limited the forts to 1 per player. Yeah, I ended up having to do that because otherwise you get too many soldiers and then the screen is just covered in dudes. I also want to make it to where soldiers actually follow you around like in a formation. I thought that would be kind of fun. I don't know if I want to do that or not. It's also kind of nice to just have little soldiers walking around picking stuff up for you. Oh, I got 30. Probably gonna lose that one. I'm gonna kill him. Oh, he got by. No, stay away from the farm. It's stressful. Alright, I think I'm in the clear. Oh, my other farm's gone. Where'd that one go? Crap. Oh, I also made it to where the farms are just like one solid color, and the buildings and everything. I'm gonna set it up to where it actually uses like your alternative colors. Each character has a primary color and an alternative color, and you can change your colors with exclamation point color. It costs like 10 gold, I think. It randomizes new colors. I don't think it actually updates your you son of I don't think it updates your buildings that you currently have though to be your new color. Honestly, there's a lot about Goba's script that I can completely change now. I've learned so much while making Gravitas that a lot of the ways I was doing things was just not good. Okay, no, I think this will work. I just need to figure out how I did this again because I've already forgotten. It's going to be the same thing, but instead of moving, I'm just going to set the keys. So honestly, it should be a lot easier. But I do have to do all this like auto move stuff and probably the precise button as well. I'm gonna, yeah, all this stuff I gotta add. So do this, make some spaces. Okay, so we're just gonna start from the top. Yeah, I don't want to copy paste it because that's a lot of stuff that's gonna get it cut out. Let's just start with the auto move and not precise because that's gonna be the same. All right. Now we're checking for not sure if I should exit though. There's probably no reason to exit. I could just run through one line. Should be fine. So I can do the same thing, just don't do the exit part, because I don't think that's going to be a problem. Alright, so if cursor movement exists, we got to delete the cursor movement, and then precise equals true, and then we're just doing, honestly, I think all the code's the exact same. It's going to work the same way the ship worked. It's just the only difference here is we're setting movement keys instead. So this down will be global key down equals true. Not that kind of true. Oh crap. Because it's just going to do everything in the code. Should be fine. I'm just going to have to do something for stopping, I think. I don't know. We'll just see what happens, honestly. I might not have to do much of anything. What is this, right? Oh, not even true. I should set these to 1. Alright, do I have any money now? No. Got no money, no armor. You've got like 1 million guys. Ooh! Money! There it is. Yeah, not the only one with the base. Watch my base get destroyed instantly. So, the way bases work is the only way to destroy them is with a soldier. And the soldier's got like a... I don't remember. It's like a 10% chance, or maybe lower than that, maybe a 5% chance that the soldier will destroy the base when he runs into it and dies. So the only way to destroy a base is with a soldier, basically. And I lost what money I had. Whatever. Yeah, I like the little men walking around. I was thinking about like doing something to make them look different too. I did give them to where they'll have your off color as well. So they'll come in 2 colors instead of just the 1. Though they're probably so small you won't be able to see it. Okay. I got most of this. There's still the part at the end though, right? Oh, that's right. I didn't do the part at the end. Okay, then we have to do the precise movement. Okay, so the cursor is already set up, I think, to work for both of them. Yeah, if instance exists O player, if O player is within 10, it destroys itself and exits. Actually, is there any reason to exit after you destroy yourself? I think there is. I think it'll still play out the rest of the code. I don't want it to destroy itself twice. If that's even possible. So, might as well exit. Alright, I think that's fine. I can test it now and see what happens here. Also, do I actually use speed in here? I don't think I do. I use V speed and horizontal speed. Oh, that's a good question. Okay, so what did I use to, like... I mean, I could use V-speed for all the Ys. I guess that's what I need to do. Yeah, okay. So we do minus V-speed, V-speed, and then I think this is H-speed. H-speed. Alright, good. My base is still there. I need another 4 gold. Which would take forever. Alright, I think I just test this. And see if it causes any issues. Oh, this precise equals true might cause an issue. I didn't put that in here. Alright, let's get that. Alright, that should help. Yeah, because it would have got here and then crashed. Because I didn't know what that was. Alright, let's just test it. That should technically work. Oh yeah, I'm still going all the way back to the main menu. It'll take me a while to get all the way in. Perfect music for this. Okay. Crash! Awesome. Gotta love it. What happened? Unable to find instance for object. O cursor movement. It happens. I'm used to it. This one's hard to read. So... Oh, wait, did I do something dumb? Yes, I did. Okay, abort. I see what I did wrong. But how did I do that wrong? So this, if instance exists, cursor movement, oh, I think I know what it is. Was I looking at the wrong one? Yeah. What happened? I must have looked at the wrong one. So this part is here. All this code's supposed to be in here, and I think I just like put this in the wrong place. Alright, so to fix this... Yeah, okay, so what was happening there is this cursor movement did not exist. So when it was trying to figure out where the cursor's Y and X is, it didn't exist. So it was like, what the hell? That's because that is all supposed to be in here. We got to make sure that that object exists before you run all that fancy code on it. So that's why that happened. But this part right here, where's this supposed to be? Oh, I just like skipped a whole step here. I went from like, oh no, my base. You did this. Oh man, there it goes. Just beat a man while he's down. I stole that money fair and square. Well, if I get lucky, I'll walk over that coin. That coin up there is worth like 100 gold. So it's the price of the base, basically. It's for like distributing wealth back to another player, basically. It's supposed to stop this instance where one player's got all the money. But clearly not working that great, is it? Honestly, the biggest fix for that was just stop people from stealing all the money when you beat them up once. One thing I really wanted to add, I still haven't figured out how to do it, but it would be really great if you could do like exclamation point fight and then the name of the person you want to fight, so you can just go beat them up. I thought that would be a great idea, so the chat could just beat the crap out of each other. I think that's very fun, but I don't know how to get it to like, I'm sure there's a way. It's just really hard to like pick out a name out of a string and then set that as a target. But that would be really fun if I could do that. Okay, so I was setting this up. Honestly, I can just do this. I think I got distracted while I was doing this crap. And I just forgot to add that part in. Alright, let's test it again. But before I do that, where's initialize? Make sure we go to the right place. Honestly, I should probably start using the test room again for this kind of thing. It's not too hard to get into a stage from the world map though. There's just a little bit of loading as it loads like different sprites. Left click. Okay, shouldn't crash this time. Good. Good, good. All right, move here. Move here. Ah! And what happened? Move here. Where's my button going? All right, my button keeps getting destroyed. It is there for a brief second, right? But it gets deleted instantly. I don't know why. I know why. Okay. I'm really good at this. The reason why is because I put in here, if any of these keys get pressed, then it destroys itself. Yeah, it's a problem, isn't it? That's fine for the ship, but that's no good for the player. Because I'm trying to use these keys to actually move around. Okay, I know how to do this. Okay, let's actually uncomment this. I just need to put this in my script itself and not in the cursor movement. So for like the player, if instance does it exist this, and then I just say this. So if you're in the cursor movement, crap, wrong button. I've got no button for tab in. It's weird that that's not on a hotkey. Okay, so if you get into this, and if instance exists cursor movement, but you have any of these keys golly, that sounded horrible. If you have any of these keys pressed when you get into it, it'll just destroy itself. I could also, that's fine. And then I should exit here because then it actually matters. Actually, should I exit? I should probably exit so it doesn't run any of this other stuff. That's gonna cause an issue. Oh, I know how to do this. I can just say if any of that stuff else. Do all this other stuff. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about it running all the other crap. There we go. So, if this exists, but you're pressing any of the buttons, you're going to destroy this thing. Otherwise, then you'll do all the other stuff. But all the buttons have to be equal to 0 before it'll do anything else. Okay, that should fix that. Oh no, I didn't remove it from here though. So I don't know why I hit play. I need to do this to the ship as well. So I gotta figure out where this goes in the ship. And then this has to be removed from here. Alright. So where does that go in the ship? Is it the same thing that I just did? I say if it exists. We do this stuff. If it doesn't exist, which is technically true, state equals move. That's what I want. Okay, so what I do here is I say that's not gonna work because I need to destroy the movement object, so I have to do it the same way right here, just like what I did, but it's just gonna have way more stuff in it. Also, I just noticed it says destroy self, and that's gonna be a bad thing. Make sure you destroy the correct thing. What time is it? 2:12. Alright. Don't destroy self, destroy this thing. And then I gotta change that here too. Yeah, that would have been bad. Yeah, it would have just killed itself. Alright. So do that. Also, state equals move. For this one. Is there anything else? No. Alright. But then everything other than this now has to be in this else. And I think that'll fix everything. So that's a lot of stuff in here. I think that goes here. So all this should be tabbed in. Alright, I think that will fix my issue. Getting pretty messy. A lot of brackets. It's worth it. I'm doing this for the one-armed people in the world. They need a champion. Okay, left click. We go on the stage. And then left click. Go! Yeah! Woo! Man, he flies over there and then crash. Crap. Okay. That was pretty, that's progress though. He was moving. Okay, what happened here? Unable to find instance cursor movement. That's odd. Something I've done wrong. If instance exists, cursor movement. I don't see how I could have got this error. Oh, I know, because I left clicked. I created a new one, and I think that might have caused like a frame where it technically didn't exist. I mean, I could do something to just solve that problem. Where I just, maybe I move my if instance exists somewhere else. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I don't understand this one. If instance exists, oh, cursor movement, then if you're pressing any of these keys, you're going to destroy this cursor movement. And then this won't play, and it'll move on to the next bit. Right? So that seems to run fine. If instance exists, none of these are pressed, so we go on to the else. If mouse check right, then destroy the cursor movement. Oh, okay, this is the part. I need an else here as well. Here we go. More brackets. It solves everything. Okay, so the problem was the thing was destroyed by the time it got to this part. And that's bad. Okay, I think that should fix it. I've just got all these different situations for destroying stuff. But there's also these like extra identifiers that attach to it. Makes it complicated. Okay, I'm hoping for the best too, though. Go here. Go there. Go here. Well, hey, I said go here. Okay, just start ignoring me now. Well, you're gonna die. I hope you're proud of yourself. I wonder what's going on. Why isn't he moving anymore? Also, I need to make sure I stop that from happening. Here it goes. Now he's stuck in this other state. I wonder what's going on. I have no idea. Wait, it's because precise. Oh, because I never set this up. Precise. Okay, I know what's going on. I set precise to true, and this is if precise is false. It does this. So I haven't set up anything for what happens if precise is true. That's why it's messed up. I haven't got that part of the code yet. I needed to comment that out. Okay, another test. We're getting it. I just need it to work the one time, and then I can add in the precise movements. Don't you keep clicking, apparently it just keeps starting them over again. Wow, he's so fast when he's at like max speed. It's not really good because of the way he like overshoots, which I haven't really planned on that. Like he's got drag, and that was supposed to make the normal movement feel good when you let go of the button. But yeah, when it's a mouse, he just goes flying and then overshoots his target, which sometimes makes him rotate the other way, especially if he hits it from like an angle. Yeah, you get like crazy stuff like that happen. That's no good. Like if you want precise controls, I feel like I gotta slow him down or something though. I don't like that idea. But he's really like zooming. Why does he feel like he goes faster than normal? Technically he doesn't, right? He feels faster. Ah. Oops, press the wrong button. I guess just the computer is a lot quicker at moving stuff around, but it's technically the same speed. I don't know, I feel like I have to turn the drag off if you're using mouse controls, because I can't think of a way to make that work. I mean, at least it's working outside of, like, the main part is working, the part that we were trying to get to work. He is going towards the thing, and there's no errors or anything. And if you start moving, it cancels it, so all that's good. Oh, I never even thought of that. You can actually use the mouse button to shoot extra fast if you press them both at the same time. It's kind of a cool strategy. Speedrun tactics. Oh, the poor fish. Rip. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about this. I need to come up with some system where you can't like overshoot like that. Which, I don't know, to me just means turning the drag off with mouse movement. I don't know. I know one way to solve the the mouse going above. I can just set that up where it can only go to the surface, and then I don't even have to worry about that happening. But let's do that at least, because I don't want to make it to where you like. Yeah, I think if you click above the surface, I just set it to equal the surface. So, what's the best way to do that? We say, oh yeah, okay. If room is not equal to world map, world map. And y is less than, what was it, 255 is my surface. Y equals 255. Alright, so basically if we're in any stage other than the world map, our Y cannot go above 255. That should solve that one problem at least. Doesn't solve the other ones, but we're going to do these like little piece by piece. And that little fix will work for every single stage, because all the stages use 255, so yeah, that works. It just sets it to be there, even if you click above. I would also like to change it to where, well, actually, having the precise movement on would probably stop it from doing that little stutter step thing. Because technically it's doing that stutter step because I'm holding down the right mouse button and it's turning the buttons off. But the second I have the precise controls on, he'll just continue following the mouse. I think that'll fix this, where you can actually continue moving fast. So yeah, the big thing is just, I gotta cut off the drag. I can do that with like another variable, I guess. Kind of like I do with precise. How would I go about cutting off drag though? I haven't like looked at this stuff in a long time. So what did I even use for drag? Right, I have like this Where's it at? I have something that like slows you down over time. All this is just part of the entrance, so it's not going to be that. This is all the stuff to stop you from going out of the room. It'll be whatever V-speed, yeah, wherever V-speed max is, and H-speed max here. If V-speed is greater than negative V-speed max, V-speed minus equals, okay, so this is the drag. I'm not sure how I'm going to fix that. I'm trying to think, is there another way I could do it that would be better too? I mean, I could set V speed to equal V speed max. I'm tired. There's a part of me that just wants to make this a tomorrow problem. I like taking a break also helps me like come up with better solutions, especially with problems like this. Because I'll normally go and lay in bed and be like, I know exactly how to do it, and then I'll get back up. Or if I'm smart, I'll write it in my little notebook that I keep by my bed now, so that I can actually get sleep. But I mean, looking at this, there's not really a solution other than to give you immediate acceleration. I don't like that, because that means the mouse is just always going to be better than using the keyboard or the gamepad, because you move faster when you use the mouse, because there's no drag at all, right? That doesn't sound good. It seems like it makes more sense to make it to where the character just can't go past. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to just figure out, I need to make it to where, yeah, the character cannot go past whatever the cursor is, or whatever the mouse is when I get it. We'll worry about the mouse later, but for now, yeah, I think all I need to do is just say, yeah, but how would I do that? Because I'm accounting for both of them too. That's not gonna work. I could also make it a much larger target area. Maybe that would fix it. What do you think, puppy? I think I'm going to make it a larger. I think what's going wrong here, actually, or part of what's going wrong, is setting the V-speed. The V-speed can be a super low number. I should be using the V-speed max instead here, I think. I think that would give me a much better number, and probably would stop a lot of that overshooting. I don't know if it would stop all of it, though. But maybe. Alright, let's try that. So instead of V-speed, we're going to use V-speed max. That is not max. Alright, let's just see what that feels like. If that doesn't work, I can also increase it by like ×2 or something. So that'll give you like another length of the V-speed max to come to a stop. That might work. I could also make it to where the cursor disappears faster if the player's near it. That could be another thing. There's a few options I can do without doing anything too crazy, now that I think about it. Alright, so it still kind of like overcorrects up and down. You can see there's like a bob there. Well, there's a bob if it gets to the point. And it definitely takes a long time to stop, and there's that whole back and forth thing. It's totally fine as long as you're on the same plane. It's just with the diagonals. Like this diagonal. It goes crazy. It's like you can't decide how to get to where I want them to be. If I make the thing go away faster, I think that would also do a lot to it. Make it better. It's just trying to get too close to the thing, to the point. So should I try and times this by 2 or make it destroy faster? What is V-speed max? It's 10 plus global stat upgrade. That seems about right. In this case it's 10. But it can go up to 13, I think. Alright, let's try and destroy it faster. I do that through its event. So, if distance to player, yeah, 10's just not enough. We gotta do like 50 or something. It worked. Alright. Thanks. Well, I'm here. Thanks for chatting. I'm probably not gonna last much longer myself. Bye. Alright, let's see if this works. We'll destroy it a little faster. Yeah, as long as it destroys when the player gets somewhat close to it, it'll stop it from at least going backwards, right? It might overshoot it a bit, but that's okay. I think that's one of the big ones to fix it. And then adding in the precision controls. It's going to be hard to play with mouse. I didn't say it was going to be easy. But the whole idea is at least you have some mouse controls. Oh, golly. I might want to do like an easy mode for mouse control as well. It just moves really fast. And enemies tend to move pretty quick. So it's hard to like, you know, especially that stutter thing. That I definitely have to fix. It would suck to get through all this work. And it's not even really playable, right? So this is really important. This is working a lot better though. Besides it being very difficult. At least it's not. So that one it did it. I think, okay, so if it hits this, it's going to rotate on you, right? Yeah, as he's bouncing back and forth. I guess that's one where it would be weird. You don't really want it to rotate like that. It's kind of fun. It's hard. But as long as you go in behind the fish. But it's kind of hard to get like Where you click is where the gun goes to, so it should work. Oh, but because you go over it, yeah, it's not really great. Right, it would be okay if I click here, but because I go past it, it really needs to like exit so that it stops on the point that you clicked on, right? Which will take some forethought. We have to figure out how fast we're going and how long it'll take to stop. And that gets a lot more complicated then. I don't know, that one just melted my brain. So I think I'm going to stop here. I'm going to think about this more of how I want to implement it. That's the ship. I think I'm totally fine with the new ship movement, so let's get rid of that. Initialize is fine, close that, but I do want this one way up here. All right, yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how to like make this movement a lot more smooth. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and save that, and we'll end here. 6-hour stream, that's pretty good work. I mean, we got the mouse movement for the ship. We got some of the player stuff, and then we did a bunch of like options menu tweaking as well. So that's something, I guess. All right, destroy everything, bam. Stream's over, I'm done, bye.